low while I pop a bottle off of ya. Chain swinging, clang clang, and it costs a lot. Bitch, I'm always after Guala, yeah, and you are not badass beat. Keep on going till you hit the spot. Whoa, I'm a big bag hunter with the bow. She got a big bed, number drop it low. Mama called me and she happy with the grow. Never ever fall for a party, that's a no.
Just bought the Kenny about a million options. So it's talking to stop doing agreement. I'm rock arenas, bringing the peace. I'm bumping that park in the car, pretending I got all the eyes on me. Got a bad baby and she's independent. Too many people older than me, they're seeking attention. When they want me about the goofies, man, I should've listened. And the smell of the money, my strangest addiction.
She tit for dick, I let her lit, I had to dip. I'm on for fifth, I'm all rich now. I bought a whip, I paint a paint, it drive itself. The fuck you think? Yeah, I'm rich now. Hey, little mama, yeah, you heard about me. I'ma pop you like a pea, yeah, edamame. Yeah, feel so hot like I'm chilling on the beach. Yeah, baby in the sun like the Teletubbies. Balls hanging low while I pop a bottle off of ya. Chain swinging, clang clang, and it costs a lot. Bitch, I'm always after Guala, yeah, and you are not badass beat. Keep on going till you hit the spot. Whoa, I'm a big bag hunter with the bow. She got a big bed, number drop it low. Mama called me and she happy with the grow. Never ever fall for a party, that's a no.
I've been in the club and taking shots. If you got your mask off in the photo, you getting crap. Hopping out the function. The CVS is like a block away. Bought a moisturizer, my ice cold is dry on my face. Don't need that VVS, my ice is fake. Your life is fake, I choose to do it for my pocket's sake. You're basing your opinions on what the major says. I renovate the bad energy I erase.
Yeah, I don't really ever wanna top. Only really ever wanna top. Guess I'm going back to the side. At least this money never really stops. Hey, little mama, yeah, you heard about me. I'ma pop you like a pea, yeah, edamame. Yeah, feel so hot like I'm chilling on the beach. Yeah, baby in the sun like the Teletubbies. Balls hanging low while I pop a bottle off of ya. Chain swinging, clang clang, and it costs a lot. Bitch, I'm always after Guala, yeah, and you are not badass beat. Keep on going till you hit the spot. Whoa, I'm a big bag hunter with the bow. She got a big bed, number drop it low. Mama called me and she happy with the grow. Never ever fall for a party, that's a oath.
Alright. Let's see here. Alright, chat, let me know where I'm at from a volume standpoint, and I won't raise or drop it as need be. Hopefully you guys are doing alright. Actually, let me check the chat real fast. What's up? Welcome to the chat. How's it going? Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the podcast, so to speak. Hope everybody's doing alright. Like I said, do I sound okay? Do I need to raise the volume? Do I need to lower it? Slight echo. Let me see here. Just a second, chat. Well, let's not do that. That'd be a problem. Okay. Now, what do you think, chat? Slight echo still. Sounds a little bit clearer. Something. Oh. Let's see here. Let me adjust this actually really quickly without the sync. Let me try this.
Yeah, I don't really ever want to top. Only really ever want to top. Guess I'm going back to the side. At least this money never really stops. Hey, little mama, yeah, you heard about me. I'ma pop you like a pea, yeah, edamame. Yeah, feel so hot like I'm chilling on the beach. Yeah, baby in the sun like the Teletubbies. Balls hanging low while I pop a ball.
muted. Oh no! Chat, have I been muted for a minute? Oh no! I think I've been muted for a hot ass minute. Holy shit! That's hilarious! Okay, chat, someone tell me where I was at before I got muted. I went off for like the better part of like 5 minutes, and I looked over and I was like, hey, and that shit says Mike's muted. I've been muted the whole time? Oh, hurtful! Okay. Okay. Okay, chat. First off, I apologize. Oh, I was still working on my settings. That's hilarious! The mic was off the whole time, huh? Hello? And then you can just imagine me going back and forth on my X and Y axis. That's hilarious. Okay. 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 Okay, chat. I apologize. Mistakes were made. Buggy streaming mechanics and all. You know how this plays out. So, you know, let's go ahead and just move forward positively in this supposedly positive community. Here we go. So, oh god, I gotta remember everything that I said. Okay, a lot of fuckery that's been going on. There's a lot to catch up on. Get your Snortbucks coffee ready. Here we go. First things first. Oh, do I start with the DSP stuff first though? Or do we hold off on that for a second? Let's hold off for a second. Let's go into some KingCobraJFS with this homemade pruno / wine / it tastes like me, dude. That's what's up, dude. Let's talk about that bullshit. First off, Cobra's a fucking idiot. 2, Cobra's gonna end up getting himself sick if he don't fucking watch the fuck out. And 3, it's actually kind of entertaining despite how scary that shit is. I've got to admit, I have seen horrors, chat. I have seen some fucking horrors, but that shit with the pruno, the homemade pruno, is fucking crazy. Especially when he's not even making it properly. Like, there are videos on YouTube where dudes are actually in the pen, locked down, 23 hours a day. Chain gang, motherfucker. And they can show you how to make pruno. They can show you how to make proper pruno. Anyway, so Cobra's on some bullshit. I told you guys, like a month ago, I guess, that that shit's a slippery fucking slope. The days of, ha ha ha, let's laugh at Cobra, he's harmless, this, that, and the third. Nah, boy. Nah, boy. That dude is fucked up. Between the huffing of the dust cleaner or whatever the fuck he's doing, and the fucking the homemade food hacks, and then the homemade pruno, which I don't even think he's getting drunk. I think he's just slowly but surely making himself sick. Shit's get crazy over there. And chat, that dude has become so fucking codependent on the haters. It's even more pronounced than Wings or even DSP. Like, Cobra needs the trolls. He needs the trolls. Like, that's what gets him out of bed every day. That's what gets him to turn his computer on and shit. That's what he lives for now. He has nothing if he doesn't have them. Also, Puff is damn near dead. So RIP to Puff. You know what I'm saying? Get some RIPs in chat for Puff, because Puff ain't gonna make it. He is not gonna make it, because Cobra will kill Puff before he lets anybody take him from him. Mark my words. Mark my words, that bearded lizard is dead. Cobra will kill that lizard before he lets anybody come get it. I guarantee it. So, sorry about that. Supposed to have a good day here, but Cobra's on some bullshit. So, we'll talk about that in the future. Perry Covella, or whatever the fuck you guys, whatever that dude's name is. Holy shit. Like, there's a video out, it's like 8 or 9 minutes, that talks about some of the fuckery that's been going on over there in Perry's community or whatnot. Yikes! Yikes! Now, here's the thing, as it pertains to Perry. I understand some of you guys like that shit, you think he's funny, whatever. I always looked at that, at least the little bit that I saw, that shit looked like nothing more than a 24-hour pig party. Like, he only exists for people to fuck with him. And not even really in a funny way, to be honest. Like, it just, I don't know, it didn't seem, I didn't understand the appeal of it. I still don't, and I'm not gonna try to pretend to. But that fuckery that happened to him the other day, or last week, or the week before, or whatever, if that's peak of entertainment or whatever the case may be, good luck to you for it. And don't get me wrong, I'm not someone who advocates or believes in troll remorse or any bullshit like that, but Jesus Christ, what the fuck was that about? You know what I'm saying? Dude's getting choked out, he's getting tased, or that was like a zip lighter or whatever that shit is, and then then that other fucking weirdo that was trying to hit him with the 2 fingers, was it 3 fingers? Maybe it was 4 fingers, who was trying to sit there and shove that shit up his ass and shit. There's a whole house of people, ain't nobody trying to stop it, ain't nobody trying to do anything about anything. I mean, if that's the fuckboy shit that goes on over there, alright. Anyway, there's like an 8-minute video on it, but the guy who made the video says that he's has something a bit more extensive planned, so I'm gonna wait for that. I'm gonna wait for that. But yeah, I never saw the appeal of Perry, and I never understood why some of the fuckboy shit that happened around him, people were okay with it happening to him. I never really understood that, but whatever, teach their own. So there's that. There's that. Who else? Let's jump to the commentator community for a minute, because Turkey Tom going through it. And I don't know if all the allegations about what happened in that Discord was true or not, but if some of the screenshots I saw proves anything, oh shit, what's up, Proper? I need to hit you up, actually. I need to hit you up soon, actually. I hope you're doing well. I didn't want to bother you over like the last like 10 days or so, because I heard you were on vacation or whatnot, and I didn't want to bother you or whatnot. But like I said, big ups. Yeah, I'll definitely hit you up on Discord. For sure. Especially if is it true that Secret Limited is talking about walking away? I know people are trying to say he's gonna retire. I don't think he's gonna retire. I think he needs a break, which makes sense. If he retires, I understand that and I can respect it, but I hope that's not necessarily the case. But if he does, I heard Proper, you're picking up the baton on that, yeah? Because I got to be honest with you, you can't. Not that you can't. Let me not say that. I don't know if there's so much fuckery going on that 10 is just not enough slots. Unless you're just gonna do a bunch of honorable mentions and shit. Other than that, I'm thinking top 20. I'm thinking of top 20 worst moments. I'm literally thinking that's what that shit is. Oh my god. Okay, let me not talk about that DSP shit just yet. Because I'm gonna get really fucking giddy about that shit because of all the nonsense I've missed. And that fuckery that I saw yesterday, or this morning, with Aki, and how he thought that shit was gonna be a cakewalk and shit. And I told you, chat, we talked about this like back in like, well, I want to say we talked about this back in like June, maybe July. I told you as time went on, shit was gonna get harder. And he's not learning at the level that he should. So those people out there, right? And I'm gonna address some of you directly. For some of you who are like, hey, DSP's not bad at fighting games, fuck that. And I mean that. Fuck that. I don't know how much you guys need to see to tell you that he's basic, he's average, he's mediocre. That dude will literally sit there. I literally saw this fuckboy go into trials, do like 2 or 3 of them, then was like, how many of these do I have left? Saw like 20 and said, nope, I'm not doing this, and then go into casuals and then try to take his ass online, and then got fucked, like royally fucked, like proper fucked, like how Cat deserves to get it, fucked royally. That's what I saw. And then all I heard was bitching and complaining. I saw him stomp his hooves on his fucking joystick, which he's gonna break that bitch, which now that I think about it, Proper, you can back me up on this. There's a reason why DSP has so many broken arcade sticks in that nook. And most of you never thought about it being, oh, well, they're broken. Those things are broken. Because every time he can't get his way, every time he can't have his way to make his way, that shit got broken. Because you can't just keep pounding on the surface of that shit and not expect something to happen. And that idiot has no technical knowledge whatsoever to go back into that bitch and rewire. Despite the fact that arcade sticks these days are so easy to customize and swap parts in and out. It's insane. It's ridiculous. Cat could do it. I put money on that Cat could do it. But this idiot won't. That's why he bought a whole new arcade stick for PlayStation instead of just buying an adapter for like $30. Like $30. He could have gotten himself like a Brook. He could have gotten himself a Gatefire. There's like 2 other brands he could have got, and it would have done the exact same shit. And he's talking about input lag and input latency. Oh, isn't that funny? He's complaining about that shit right now. And he's passed right the fuck in. I'm telling you, I'm not even saying that I want to debate whoever it is who wants to keep saying that DSP is good at fighting games, but I'm kind of tempted to be like, let me hit up Proper, or let me hit up James the Lesser, and set that shit up, and then let's talk. Because I'm getting really, really fucking tired of hearing people trying to stand up for him and shit. Dial Phone basically exposed him already. He did it in a nice way, but he already exposed him. And then, okay, I said, chat, that there was going to be a whole nother segment. We were going to go over all this extra bullshit about all this other clown world shit. Sorry, we're getting into the DSP shit now. And then, this motherfucker said that after he gets off stream, he wants to go and spend time with his wife. Doesn't this motherfucker keep telling you that he has to work 6 days a week, 12 hours, 14 hours, 16 hours, whatever the fuck it is, to go ahead and put food on the table and shit, and take care of his cat son, and take care of his horse wife, and yet, this motherfucker was over there at Vesper Arcade's stream for like the good part about 45 minutes, chilling over there, trying to talk shit, literally trying to talk shit, literally saying, oh yeah, the reason why I cleaned you up, you know what I'm saying, is because you didn't know the matchup with Lily, despite the fact that all we did was what? Jab, jab, EX command throw over and over and over again? But I thought you were supposed to be spending time with your wife. Oh, let's go ahead and get into some real shit. What happened to him the other night when, right before Aki dropped, and he over there chilling in Justin Wong's stream at like 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, whatever the fuck it was? Shouldn't you be getting some sleep? Oh, you were drinking. And then you over there trying to start up a conversation with Justin. Justin's being like if I showed up to Ann's stream. He's trying to be cordial about it, but he really don't want me there. It's like that. Justin was cordial with him, but he didn't really want that dude there. And he's sitting there saying, and DSP trying to start these lame ass conversations, ain't nobody biting. But what the fuck are you doing over there from 3 to 4 o'clock in the morning, dude? I thought you were supposed to be with your wife. You could be editing a video. You could be doing something productive. Instead, you try to suck Justin's dick. That's crazy. And then he mad because he can't get no engagements on Twitter because no one want to deal with him. That's fucking nuts. And then if you go back to the Vesper Arcade shit, he stayed after his stream like 30 minutes or whatever to kind of entertain the chat and DSP. So don't get me wrong, I'm not saying he did it just because DSP was there, but he did it to kind of entertain both. And yet you're wasting that dude's time. You can clearly see that dude's tired. You can clearly see that dude wants to get up and off stream. And he's still sitting there trying to entertain your dumb ass. Which is crazy to me, chat. Let's get into some lore. Do you guys remember back in like 2018? It might have been 2019. It was 2018, 2019. DSP had a birthday stream, right? And it was on Twitch. And if I remember, I think Cryek showed up and raided his stream on his birthday, and he wished him. It was 2018. Actually, I'm pretty confident it was 2018 because Cat was already there, and he was doing one of his week-long Christmas marathon or birthday marathon bullshits. Anyway, Cryek showed up on his stream. Well, he was streaming, and then he decided to raid DSP stream because he heard it was his birthday. Something like 2,000 plus people showed up. That boy DSP lost his goddamn mind and was looking for reasons to get the fuck up off. Couldn't even get the fuck up off. Sorry. But he couldn't even give those people 20 minutes just to be like, hey, thank you for coming and whatever, I appreciate it, you know what I'm saying, yada, yada, yada. He wanted to immediately get up off the stream. But yet DSP, quote unquote, was holding fucking this dude hostage for an additional 30 fucking minutes, talking about a whole lot of nothing. That's some bullshit. And yet, it's expected. Let's move on to this next part. What do you guys want to talk about? You guys want to talk about him being a fuckboy in Street Fighter last night? Or you want to talk about this supposed mysterious problem that he has behind the scenes shit? What do you want, chat? I'm here to serve you. You know what I'm saying? This is Burger King. You can have it your way. Well, it's Snortbucks Coffee Company, the best beverage company. But you can have it your way. What do you want to do? What you guys want to talk about first? Fucking A. Fucking A. Oh, I never have enough time to spend time with my wife and shit. Yeah, you sitting there. And then, one more thing. This proves also, I think I told Proper this in confidence. Well, I told Proper this. That dude stalks people from the FGC. I mean, DSP. He knows, for the most part, who are the who's who in that community. And he follows them on Twitch. And people are only just now starting to pay attention, but if you go back far enough, you can see him in the early hours chilling in most of these guys' streams and shit. It's not like this is something new. He's been doing this for a while. The thing that don't make sense to me, chat, the thing that I don't understand is how is it that he was like, oh, I don't want no part of the FGC, they're toxic, and that's what I wanted to get away from, and I don't care about those people, I don't give a shit about any of their opinions. But then, he's sitting over there saying sir and whatnot and sucking dick on Twitter. Now he's stalking these dudes on their Twitch channels and shit. And then that dude who made the Mortal Kombat video, I can't think of what that dude's name is right now. But he called out DSP on that bullshit jab situation. And I know DSP saw that video because I saw the pre-stream where people were telling him to, hey, you should watch this video, and you could tell by DSP's face. Just like when Low Tier God got called out by whoever it was. And you could tell Low Tier God had watched that video too and he was pissed off about it. You know DSP saw it. Because if it was a positive video, DSP would have been all over it. And he would have tried to give Mortal Kombat a real chance instead of rage quitting it like he just did. Excuse me. So, oh shit, my cough is almost gone. Oh shit, hell yeah. Anyway, so yeah, that's some nonsense. That's some nonsense. DSP's been stalking those guys for a long ass time. He's just waiting for a way to get in. Which is really fucking pathetic if you've contributed so much to a community and nobody in that community want to fuck with you. That should say something. That should say something. But anyway, so like I said, what do you want to talk about first? Holy shit. So much to talk about. Let's see here. Oh yeah, that joystick is fucked. Holy shit, that joystick is fucked. Okay. Alive and well in Israel, we can go with that. Team health or team divorce? I'm not on board for team divorce, and at least not yet, because I'm not about discounting anything and whatnot. As you grow as a detractor, as you grow as a person, you don't discount everything. Yeah, he's definitely stalking fucking Justin Wong. Absolutely. Oh, speaking of which, wait a second. While we just we'll go with the whole team health, team divorce thing in just a second. Let's talk about ReviewTechUSA for a minute. Now, I'm not gonna go ahead and harp on that whole token gay thing, which is weird that you would call someone a token gay when you're mad at a person because they're not picking up the cause that you want them to, which by proxy would make them a token gay. Anyway, we're not gonna talk about that part yet, even though that leads down to a fucking rabbit hole that's really fucking interesting on why ReviewTechUSA and his co-host hate that girl. Because, hold on. Okay. That chick, Melanie, whatever the fuck her name is, one of those guys, I think his ReviewTech's host has history with that chick. And I can't remember if Josh from Kiwi Farms actually spoke about it. I can't find the podcast where he did it, because that situation with Rich and Side Scrollers happened on the 16th of August. Josh didn't do another Mad at the Internet till like the 22nd, and then I think he did another one on the 25th, and he did one on the 29th. And I've listened to all of those, and he didn't mention it, but I know Josh has talked about that. It's like 5 minutes where he spoke on that bullshit. Now I know that Josh talked about Rich on the last Mad at the Internet. Not the one on Tuesday, but I think the one on the following Friday. I know he spoke about that because someone on Twitter discovered that Rich is into German, hairy, mature, getting fucked good, something along those lines, and whatnot. Okay. Yeah, I hear Rich is into some kinky German shit. That's good on him. Good on him. Because with all those gay jokes that he keeps saying that he keeps putting out there, it makes me wonder if, whatever. It makes me wonder about Rich. But then again, there's been a theory on Rich for a while that he wasn't completely on the quote-unquote up and up anyway. So it's funny how reality imitates art. Oh my god, so much fun shit to go over. So that's the situation with Rich. I will put out the bounty right now. If anybody knows what episode of Mad at the Internet is, or whatever episode of Mad at the Internet is, that has that segment where Josh talks about Rich's problem with that girl and side scrollers, let me know. Please let me know. Because like I said, that situation with side scrollers actually happened on the stream on August 16th. So somewhere between the 16th and the 29th, it's out there. And I can't find it. Now, that's just me, though. I can just go back and listen to it over the weekend and maybe it'll pop up. But if anybody on Top the Dome just happens to know where it's at, please, for the love of God, let me know. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so DSP. Let's see. Team Health or Team Divorce? I won't discount either one, but I'm not convinced about the divorce thing yet. Here's my reasoning. Excuse me. I need to drink more water. My reasoning about the divorce, at least for right now, is we have to look at what are Kat's options. I want you to really think about this for a minute, chat. What are Kat's options? She has put on quite a bit of weight, and she is a bit of a shut-in. So unless it's somebody that, so what is she going to do if her and Phil get a divorce? Now, truth be told, the house essentially will go to her, as it does in most situations like that. So, I mean, that's a thing, womp, womp, womp. But let's say she chose to move out. Where's she going to move to? She's not going to move in with Jenna, because Jenna needs to get her own shit together. So California's out. She's not going back to Michigan, because, let's just say for right now, there's nothing to go back to. So that means she's going to have to pull a Panda and stay where she's at. Is it possible that she's cool with people at work, that she could, stay with them for a while to get on her feet, which is also known as the Panda? Sure, she very well could do that. But there's another caveat to that, chat. We have to look at the money situation. As far as we know, Kat works part-time. I think all of us here can agree with that. So she would have to be able to make enough money to support herself, or at least contribute, while still putting money away. Now, the reason why I bring that up, chat, is because it was in a very old, either Snort Purnell video or Mr. Huff Stuff video, where this was right around the time of Save the House. So we're talking 2018-ish, early 2018-ish. DSP said, and I quote, that Catherine was giving up over half of her paycheck just so they could keep everything going. Damn near 75% of her paycheck she was giving up to Phil at that time. Now, do I think it's like that now? Hell no. I think that's completely changed up. But she gave away a bulk of her paycheck to just, quote unquote, save the house. Over the last few years, she has worked far less. I don't know how much she has been able to put away, and I don't know if she has enough where she's going to feel comfortable leaving, given those circumstances. On top of that, excuse me, she has essentially everything she wants. Yeah, it's an absolute fraud marriage, right? There's no physical attraction. There's no emotional attachment. It's all just they're roommates. It's all convenience, if you will. Kind of like how Wings' marriage is. It's like that. It's just convenience. The problem is she's let herself go. And I told you guys on stream not too long ago that I think Phil did that by design. I think Phil purposely wanted to fatten her up so she couldn't go nowhere. So unless there's somebody at her job that's like, who can see some type of potential in her, or doesn't mind taking on the responsibility, maybe she's cool with a few chicks over there and they're willing to let her move in or whatever, she has nowhere to go, and I don't know if she really wants to leave. she still holds pretty good cards where she's at, I should say. I don't know if divorce is the thing, to be honest, because you have to look at what's she gonna do when she leaves, and if she takes the house, which would be ironic, she can't keep up the payments on it. She can't do general upkeep for it. So, in a lot of ways, she's kind of trapped either which way. There's no reason for her to really leave, and there's no good reason for her. There's no other reason for her not to stay. So that's my thoughts on Team Divorce. Now, like I said, I'm not discounting anything, so anything's possible. But that's the way I look at it. That's neither here nor there. Okay, mad at the internet from... Is that the 22nd of August? Oh boy. Hold up. Hold up. Oh no. If that's the case, your name's going to be plastered all over that video when I get on that. Let's see here. 22nd of August. And it was around the minute 30-second mark. Okay. Let's see here. Okay. Chat, we're going to go into a very brief intermission. Give me literally just a second. You hurt? Oh, I'm hurt. Okay. Okay, my dude, I'm gonna go back and look. If we're talking about August 22nd, I'm at the hour and 30-minute mark, and he's talking about that guy that Josh has been watching gambling and losing, and he spurred the fuck out. That's just kind of funny. And then he's talking about Ralph was catching wins at that time. That's until the tape came out where he basically telling Pantsu, "You know who the fuck you talking to? You know who you talking to? You won't talk to me like that. You won't speak to me that way." But sounds like something that Ralph's mom may have heard before she had to walk to that dialysis fucking situation. All right, I'm gonna look and big ups. Like I said, if you're talking about August 22nd, I'll look. Fucking A. I'm gonna find it though, because I know Josh talked about it. I know for sure Josh talked about that shit. So I'll find it. Okay. Okay, sorry, chat. But I will find it. Oh no, it's in September. Oh, September 22nd. Did he do a show on the 22nd actually? Give me just a sec. No. Okay, I know what you're saying. That's not the one I'm looking for. That's the one he just spoke about recently. That's the one he spoke about recently. That's when they found out about his little porn fetish with German matures and whatever. That's not the one I'm looking for. It's another one. It's very particular. It is very, very particular. I'm surprised no one clipped it. I am really surprised that a ReviewTechUSA troll didn't clip it. I am shocked that no one clipped that shit. And I should have clipped it when I had the chance, but I was listening to it in the background, and I was like, oh, no big deal, I'll catch it later. Then Josh got himself fucking, got himself booted off of YouTube and shit, and the archive channels went along with it. So then I was like, yeah, I should have followed my fucking gut. I should have followed my fucking gut. Or if I had a gun, I would have followed that shit. God damn. Anyway, that was funny. Okay, so sorry, chat. I got sidetracked there just a little bit. So let's talk about the health situation. If it is a health situation, you have a couple of... DSP has some options. He has his parents, but he really kind of don't, because we know his father is at least healthy enough to go fishing, so that might not be the issue. His mother is a different story, being that she chain smokes, but that's neither here nor there. And it could be a situation with Catherine or Kat, but I couldn't tell you. And more importantly, it could be himself. But that's going to be the great snort coup de grace, or snortera, if you will, when that comes about. I'm leaning towards it's money, to be honest. I'm leaning towards it's money. More than it's a divorce situation or it's his health, to be honest with you. Because dude's clearly in some shit shape. So, you know, it's not like he has too much fucking time left on the clock the way he keeps going. DSP is very good at not taking care of himself. But that's the way I see it at the moment. I don't know if he's I can't say it's a divorce, because Catherine has really nowhere to go if you break that shit down. That's a fair point, Proper. They could be trying to move Jenna in. I guess that could be a thing. that's gonna be absolute fucking chaos, because you know she's gonna end up going on a live and being like, yo, the house smells like shit, everything in this house is broken. DSP is not gonna let that happen. I don't think he's gonna let that happen. There's too much wrong in that house. Chat, let's catch each other up on this really fast. We have the bathroom downstairs that's completely and utterly fucked. The bathroom upstairs, supposedly the shower's fixed, but it's not fixed. The shower's fixed, it's not fixed. You have the floor that's coming up in the downstairs kitchen area. We have a garbage disposal that God knows what kind of real condition that's in. We have a bug infestation problem still, and you guys know this. And then God knows what's going on with the garage. Speaking of which, let me put something on top of that. I don't think the ants are actually coming from the patio. I think they're coming from the garage. And I think DSP is just kind of fucking around with the bullshit. Now, I would like to be able to prove that, but I can't remember exactly how the snort fort is laid out. I want to tell you that the garage, once you come through that door, then you have his dining area and he has his kitchen. If you go further, if you go past the kitchen area and you go straight back, that's where the backyard is. At least as far as I remember, but don't hold me to that. But I think the ants actually are coming from the garage and not the back patio. But that's just me though. I couldn't tell you for sure. What's up, Paul? Big ups, Paul. I am not sure. So that's my thoughts on that. But I don't think it's his parents. His parents are never going to really cut him off. Shadow. His parents will never really cut him off. His mother, if nothing else, is mainly the one that solely keeps him together anyway. They'll never cut him off. He's their little piggy baby boy, so, trust me, when we all become parents one day, hopefully none of your kids are fuck-ups. But if your kid is a fuck-up, at least one of them, it's going to be very hard for you not to want to help them. You know what I'm saying? Because DSP shows all of the patterns of someone who is an addict. And especially all that shaking he does on the pre-stream podcast or the bottom bitch podcast or whatever. I know, he has a nervous tick, he's been doing it for a long time, yada, 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 yada. Dude, you can't tell me that his drinking isn't attached to some of that shit. Matter of fact, didn't someone say last night, because DSP was having a bad time, as usual, they were saying that, hey, would a shot make you feel better? And Phil was like, oh, what? A shot of alcohol? Yeah, hell yeah. Come on, dude. No normal person talks like that. No normal person talks like that. So, shit. He might as well get sloshed on those Street Fighter nights. It'd make it more entertaining. That's what I think, anyway. Excuse me. But, yeah. So, that's my thoughts on that. I don't think his parents will ever really abandon him. And, he doesn't have any real options. To be honest with you, he doesn't have anything left to pull. Because if he does come up with a health scare, like let's say he comes out and says, hey guys, I have, I don't know, fibromyalgia, he has diabetes, he has whatever the fuck, he's going to get laughed at. So, you know what I'm saying? He's going to be mocked for it. And he's going to be mocked not because he has it, but because he could have prevented it. And that's the thing. Like, so that's why I say, when some people say that they hate him, you don't really hate him. You may hate what he does. You may dislike him, but you don't hate him. Because if you did, if we hated him as a collective, for example, we would go at him far harder than they go at Wings. You know, we don't even give DSP King Cobra treatment. One, because we know that DSP is just going to throw the shit away anyway. And no one wants to waste their money on that dumb shit. But also, you're not going to get a reaction out of him. You'll get a reaction out of him a week or two later when he's comfortable with doing it. But you're not going to get an immediate reaction. And that's what you're paying for. You shouldn't pay to do that, but, you know, it's your money, do what you got to do. It's your money, do what you got to do. So, so that's what the situation is there. But his alcoholism's definitely out of fucking control. His alcoholism's out of fucking control. His gambling's a problem, and the spending addiction's a problem. Let's talk about that! Let's talk about that. Holy shit, there's so much I missed. So, last time, chat, when fucking GTG was spurging the fuck out on some dumb shit, we just went over the whole Jasper situation and how, you know, they try to rip us off over this blood test, this, that, and the third, yada, yada, yada. We laughed about Evo a little bit, and, all of a sudden, DSP sits there and buys a whole new copy of Street Fighter 6 Ultimate for the PlayStation, and he buys a brand new controller, and then he tries to justify it by saying, oh, the PlayStation is the console that, you know, all the fighting games are going to be premiered on. That's the best place for me to play it, and that's what I want to do. Mortal Kombat comes out, pays $40 additional to play that shit 4 days early, doesn't even want to really do multiplayer, and then when he do, he get his ass handed to him. Then he want to sit there and talk about how bad the game is. Then, a couple of pre-streams later, this ass clown, this fucking asshole, has the nerve to sit there and say, oh, well, there's a reason why Mortal Kombat isn't popular outside of the US and fucking Europe and whatnot. It's just, it doesn't have the mainstream appeal of Street Fighter. And I literally heard him suck dick on Street Fighter for 40 fucking minutes. And you know what? And there's few times in this illustrious detractor community and whatnot, and in my illustrious detractor career, that I've actually been somewhat surprised on how DSP's chat would react to that. There was like 2 dudes, there might have even been 3, who literally called his ass out, and for once, those people over there told the truth and were like, no, there were massive bans of Mortal Kombat in Asia and whatnot. And even though those bans still don't exist, it's not exactly easy to find a copy of Mortal Kombat over there, let alone an arcade machine or anything else. Now, if DSP was on his FGC shit like he says he is, if he's on his Mortal Kombat history shit like he says he is, he would have known that. He would have known that. And when he got called out, he tried to backtrack, he tried to make it sound like, oh, he already knew it and he just left that out of the conversation because he felt it was irrelevant. And then when they kept putting the pressure on his motherfucking neck, then he just gave up on it and said, I don't give a fuck, and then quit. And then this piece of shit showed up the next day and tried to use the exact same goddamn argument. And why? Because he had already banned the 2 or 3 assholes who called him out anyway, or he at least timed them out, or whatever the case may be, and went on with his same bullshit. And then, interestingly enough, the only reason why he spurred the fuck out on Mortal Kombat the way he did is because he's mad at that other content creator who called him out on his bullshit. That's why DSP was really mad at Mortal Kombat on the pre-stream the following day. He's mad at that other dude, but he don't want to call him out. He don't want to call him out, and he don't want to call his community out. Because remember, DSP's out here trying to be a good hoe and sucking dick, trying to get himself ingratiated back into the FGC. So he can't outwardly attack anybody because that kills the narrative. So DSP decided to go ahead and spew all of his piggy venom against Mortal Kombat. Speaking of which, chat, I have another project coming up. Does anybody know Leffen? Do any of you guys know Leffen? Do you guys ever heard of Leffen? Because I'm going to do a video soon, and I'm going to make the argument that Leffen is DarkSydePhil, only more successful. And that's all I'm going to say about that. Don't at me. Don't at me. Because that's literally what that shit is. And I've been thinking about that shit for a fucking hot-ass minute. I've been thinking about that shit for a hot-ass fucking minute. But I'm going to go at that dude's fucking neck. Because it's true. If you know enough about Leffen's past, you know that all of that shit is DSP tactics. And the only difference is he's far more successful than DSP. But Leffen is always going to be reliant on the fucking Smash community or the Brawl community or whatever the fuck. He's going to always be reliant on that because that's his power base. That's all he really has is the Smash community. Ironically enough, the same Smash community that he helped fuck up. And that's why every time he tries to make a campaign somewhere else, the Tekken community, the Street Fighter community, the Dragon Ball Fighters the community, the Guilty Gear community, for whatever reason, he keep getting run the fuck out. Or he gets back the fuck off. Or back the fuck down. And then, to prove my point, go back and look at Evo, this Evo that just passed actually. He went to Grand Finals in Guilty Gear. He won. Kudos to him, but nobody gave a fuck. And there are compilations out there of people clowning him for not giving a shit. You can't tell me that don't sound like DarkSydePhil. You can't tell me that don't sound like DarkSydePhil. If DSP had enough clout, and if he could send people after other people, he would. DSP has already done that. He did it when he had Brightside Viking. He did it when he had that situation with the DarkSydePhil channel, when he got those copyrights, got that false copyright strike, and he sent a bunch of his minions over to that game publisher to make them release it. Quote unquote, bring attention to it, I should say. He's done that with that fiasco where the guy on PlayStation, when they were playing Mortal Kombat, ironically enough, was asking him on why he had put the chat in slow mode, or he did some shit, or he put it on subscriber only mode, or whatever the case may be, during Mortal Kombat, because people were calling him out on something that Leanna did. And the guy called him out on that. DSP got pissed off, plus DSP was drunk, and said, "Who the fuck are you? That was a long ass time ago. Why'd you bring that up? You know what? I want you guys to go ahead and find that man, find his gamer tag, and fucking spam him with as many things as possible so he can't use his fucking system." Does anybody not remember that? I remember that. Now imagine DSP being able to do that on Twitter, because that's what Leffen does. Or that whole situation with that crab that happened to Hungry Box. Now, Leffen didn't throw it, but someone who's associated with Leffen did. And Leffen has spent quite a bit of his time trying to get rid of the quote-unquote gods in Smash. And he hadn't been able to get rid of all of them, but the main one that he's been trying to get at was Hungry Box. And he still can't get rid of them. So since he can't get rid of them, he tried to turn everybody against him and say, oh, his persona about him crying on stage and all that bullshit, it's just bullshit. He's not legitimate. He tried to get people to hate him that way. Didn't work. Then all of a sudden, he wants to get Jigglypuff banned from tournaments. How the fuck are we gonna get Jigglypuff banned from tournaments, my dude? How are we doing that shit? Leffen, here's the doll. Tell me where Hungry Box touched you. Tell me where Jigglypuff touched you. Leffen, please. I want to help you. Tell me where that happened. Fuck you, Leffen. Jesus Christ. So yeah, you're gonna get that heat. You catching that heat. Holy shit, you catching that heat. What the fuck? So that's what's happening in Leffen. Like I said, Leffen literally tries to turn everybody against everybody for his own own benefit and shit. And then there's that is it Jisoo is her name? And then there's that Jisoo situation where she put false claims on, what's that player's name? She said she had insider information on another player who was doing some dumb shit. And come to find out that was a lie. And when that dude was willing to take her to court, then all of a sudden she wanted to negotiate. Then all of a sudden she wanted everything to go away. And it's still fucking crazy to me that this happened, she still somehow was able to get the gag order to where neither one of them can no longer talk about it. And Leffen was 100% behind that shit. And there are tweets that actually link him to that. Amongst other things. Like I said, dude, Leffen needs to catch some heat. That's all I'm saying. Leffen needs to catch some heat. But my main point is, Leffen literally is DarkSydePhil, just far more successful. That's it. That is it. For everything that Leffen has accomplished, you would think he'd be a lot happier where he's at, and he's not. That dude is just like DSP. He would rather rule on a throne of bones than actually have people who look up to him and that are willing to follow him. Because if you do it that way, then you eventually have to let somebody else surpass you. And Leffen doesn't want that. Even though, I mean, truth be told, there are better players in the Smash community than Leffen. Clearly. I put Mango over him all day. And I definitely put Hungrybox over him. But that's neither here nor there. Zero, yeah. But keep in mind, Frederick, I can't even say that shit that Zero did, that conversation, or those conversations he was having with that girl, I don't support that shit at all and whatnot. At the same time, he didn't deserve people lying on him. That's just not a fucking thing. That is not a fucking thing. So, and it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. But there's that. So I'll be working on that over a period of time and whatnot. But fucking A. There's so many correlations between those two assholes. Shit. So I'm definitely gonna have to go after Leffen. I'm definitely gonna have to go after him. I have to. Holy shit. There's so much nonsense if you look at it. Okay. Okay. So all right. What else, chat? What else am I missing? We went over the whole mysterious situation with DSP. We went over his complete fucking mess up over Aki. Oh no, we didn't. I don't think we talked about the Aki situation. Okay. So the thing with Aki is it was a double-edged sword. DSP was trying to accomplish two things. Well, he was trying to accomplish one thing, but it could go one way or another. DSP was hoping to use a brand new character to get over on other players, because not everybody has the character pack, or you don't have to get the Seasons Pass, I should say. You don't have to get the Seasons Pass. You can actually just buy the character individually. Not everybody's going to buy the character day one. DSP knows this. So DSP was hoping to use essentially matchup and character and experience to try to cruise through. The double-edged sword of that is that even though DSP was looking at a free lunch with a brand new character, because DSP doesn't know what he's doing, as most players don't with this new character, they were going to become food for more experienced players either which way. And DSP, as usual, got the short end of the stick. Now, chat. DSP is a fool. He's an idiot. I don't care that he's played Street Fighter for 20 fucking years. He's a fool. He's absolutely inept. I can prove this on not yesterday's pre-stream, but the pre-stream before, when the when the topic of legendary came up, the legendary rank, and that's going to be expounded upon as time goes on, because you have to, as the player base expands. And it's kind of fucked up that they're only letting the first 500 people get in the legendary. That's kind of shitty too, but that's neither here nor there. Maybe that's something that just happens every quarter. So it may, just like how, you know, because your MR as a master rank player, it resets every quarter. So maybe the same thing will happen with legendary. That's what I'm thinking, but don't hold me to that. But the point that I was trying to make is when DSP was asked, hey, are you going to try to go for legendary? And he was like, well, no, dude, I don't have enough experience. I don't have this. I don't have that. Now that I'm in master rank, I actually have to learn the game now. I have to actually, figure out how to actually play. That's important. Okay? That's important. The reason why I think it's important, chat, is because he admitted that he doesn't really know what he was doing, and he was just kind of cruising and or coasting along up to master rank, which leads into my next my next bit of good news. As time goes on, and as all of you know this, more and more players are going to enter into that ecosystem, and DSP is just going to get pushed down further, further, and further. Now, as you guys all know, once you hit master rank, you can never lose it, right? But that's not even the point. The point is the skill gap is going to slowly but surely grow. Matter of fact, it already has. Let me explain. DSP is using a brand new character, right? He has no experience with her, really. No one else really does. That's why he was stalking Justin in his stream to try to pick up shit, but he don't have Justin's execution, nor does he have Justin's understanding of the game itself, so he failed. Here's the point. DSP never once exercised any of his matchup knowledge up to that point when he came to using that character. He was hoping to find the most overpowered, tricky shit as possible, and that was going to help him coast. And yet again, this right here is one of the glaringly obvious traits about DarkSydePhil. DSP never thinks about the possibility. He's already accepted the inevitability. Allow me to repeat that. DSP never, ever thinks about the possibilities. He's already accepted the inevitability. And because of that, he can't grow as a player. Ever. That's why he has all of those bullshit complaints and all those rage outs and shit and all those compilations that everybody's eating good off of. Big ups to them on that. And yet DSP can't grow. And that's why no one in the FGC, most people in the FGC, fuck that, nobody in the FGC will ever really respect him as a player. You have, when you think about just fighting in general, right, or any type of competitive type situation, you have competitors, you have contenders, and you have champions. DSP is a competitor, ground level, at the base, and he'll never get past that. It's not that DSP can't win, he's not good enough to win. He's only willing to learn just enough to get by. He doesn't actually want to try because he's already accepted the fact that he's going to fail. And that's why he's not good. That's why he's never been good. That's why you have people like Evil AJ, Goji Tanks, pick up the Goji Tanks and Evil AJ, and all these other dudes who run trains on him. If DSP has run from you, right, or if DSP has ducked you, it's because DSP can't beat you. And taking a round or two off somebody is one thing, but to beat somebody soundly, meaning that no matter what, I'm always going to be able to get over on you because I'm the better person, that is not in DSP's vocabulary. He doesn't have what it takes. That's why he's always looking for an easy way out. That's why there's always an excuse, no matter how much it doesn't make sense. And though I understand that people think he's in his midlife crisis scenario, I don't know how I feel about that at the moment. I don't know. I'm not really sure what I think about that yet. Give me some time. Street Fighter 6 did exactly what I told you it was going to do, and it was going to expose how vulnerable that dude is. And you're seeing it. Now, is he going to quit in 6 months? When we get to the 6 month mark? I don't know. Is he going to quit once we get to a year? I don't know. What I do know is I saw him dashboard twice yesterday, and I also heard him threaten to go ahead and stop playing Street Fighter altogether. He knows he can't do that. He knows that if he stops playing Street Fighter more than 3 days a week, he's going to suffer. And he knows this. And he can't afford it. because this is his only foray back into the FGC. Mortal Kombat's not going to help him, and never was going to. Oh, also, DSP's a cuck for spending $40 to play a game early when he shitted on other people who played State of Decay 2 a week early, and look at what kind of sellouts and shills and assholes they were. So what does that make DSP? Next thing, when Takin comes out in the beginning of the year, I think it comes out in January, he's going to get cleaned up, he's going to get tossed up there too. So that doesn't mean anything. That holds no fucking value. So what's left? He has nothing else but Street Fighter, but truth be told, he doesn't even have Street Fighter. He has Super Turbo. And he's not even good at that. Or he's not great at it. Not for someone who has as much experience as he does. So what does DSP really have? He has, if Triforce has no business talking about Third Strike, then DSP has no right to talk about fighting games. Because the very fighting game that he keeps praising, Super Turbo, he really doesn't understand the game in itself. There's so much that he doesn't understand at a very basic ground level. Look at what and then he skipped all of 4. Well, no. He barely understands anything about Street Fighter, about Super Turbo. He understands enough to win, but he doesn't understand enough to compete at a high level. Street Fighter 4, he admitted he was garbage at Street Fighter 4. He admitted that he was bad at it, but he said people found him entertaining, and that's why the FGC was jealous against him, which is laughable at best and pathetic as hell at worst. Then he skipped Street Fighter 5 because Street Fighter 5 wasn't the second coming of Super Turbo. On top of that, he saw early on the skill gap, and he couldn't fuck with it. He doesn't have strong enough executions to be able to hit confirm and maximize his damage. He doesn't know how to convert damage well. Spacing shit. These are things that were important in Street Fighter 5. And he can't do anything from the neutral. His neutral game is shit. And I'm sure, so I want to say Piece of Peace, I haven't watched a stream of his in a while, but I'm sure Piece of Peace can point that out to you. DSP's neutral game is garbage. And then his over-reliance on parry, and quote me on this right now too, if you're ever playing DSP and you anticipate he's going to parry, throw his ass. Throw him. Don't even hesitate. Throw. If you're not even sure about it, throw out a jab. If he parries, throw. Immediately. Immediately throw. This idiot once sat there and fell for Dilophone's trap. And we'll rewatch that video one time because I want to show you where the traps were laid. And I don't even. Here's the crazy part. Dilophone didn't do that on purpose. He didn't set up DSP to fail on purpose, but yet DSP fell for it hook, line, and sinker because Phil's an idiot. Instead of incorporating parrying into his overall game, right? He's become over-reliant on it. This idiot don't even remember how to block no more. And he's too scared to use a reversal. It's the most embarrassing situation I've ever seen from someone who allegedly has all this experience. That girl that was allegedly found with Christian, I'm scared that's a deep troll. I'm scared that's a troll. Or that's some type of deep troll shit. If you follow Chris Chan long enough, you know what I'm talking about. If you know, you know. But that sounds like some trolling shit. We'll see. But you're telling me this dude is fresh out the pen and all of a sudden a girl hits him up? Now don't be wrong. Chris has probably been as clean, like physically hygiene clean, than he's ever been being in the pen. So, I mean, there's that. But for me to really, you're telling me a girl just right off the jump went ahead and automatically did that? Just automatically. I'm sorry, chat, but I'm having a hard time believing that shit. Hear me out, okay? Let me get myself a drink of water, and hear me out. Okay, Mr. Christian, king of the internet lolcows, goes to jail for raping his mother. And I can say that because I'm not monetized, so I got nothing to lose. He went to jail for raping his mother. Somehow beats the charges, gets them completely and utterly dropped, gets out, and all of a sudden some girl just sees him and thinks, oh, that's what I need in my future, and I still have enough bad mistakes on my record, so why not? And I'm going to take on dating Chris Chan. Get the fuck out of here. That's a troll. That's a deep fucking troll. It has to be. It has to be. That has to be a fucking troll. That has to be a fucking troll. I have the hardest time ever believing that bullshit. I have the hardest time ever believing that bullshit. Holy shit. No way. No way. No way. Just to know who Chris Chan is, you have to know what he's done. And you're okay with that? Now, it's different. Excuse me. It's different between, like, me and, like, fucking Chris Chan, right? Like, me and Sydela's mother have a relationship, have a bond that no wheelchair is ever going to be able to break. And he hates me for that. And the color of my skin, too. But fuck Sydela and everything that come with that. You know, Milf and Cookies is mine. You just have to accept that. Okay? But Chris Chan fucked his actual mom. And you can't tell me that she don't know that. And if she do know that, she has to be trolling. She has to be. There's a lot of sick people in the world, but I don't think there's anybody that sick. At least that's my thoughts. I don't know. I don't know. I have no clue. Oh shit. Oh no, you're Shadow. You got nothing to worry about, man. I sat there and was muted for half the goddamn stream, so so you're fine. Don't even worry about it. So that's my thoughts on Chris Chan. That's my thoughts on Chris Chan. That shit is, it has to be a troll. That shit has to be a troll. It can't be possible. It can't be. Holy fuck, bro. That has to be a fucking troll. Okay, so alright, so that's my thoughts as it pertains to Street Fighter currently, and what the situation is with that. The dude's not good. Like I said, you can by all means go back to your favorite detractor and tell them I said so. DSP is not good. He is basic. He is mediocre. He is average. All he can do is enough to beat people that have less experience than he does, or even a few people on his level. There are very few people outside of that I think he can beat. And then even more importantly than that, chat, this is very important, and I'm going to put this right up here and whatnot. Big ups, Graham. I'm going to put that up there just to prove my point. How the fuck is DSP going to boast about how good he is in Street Fighter 6 when the game is meant for casuals? It is the most casual-friendly Street Fighter game ever made. The ranking system, whether you like it for good, bad, or otherwise, is designed for casuals. It's designed to be grindy. It's designed to give people an incentive to play each and every character, to learn the matchups, to understand how the game works. The game is designed that way. And yet DSP wants to boast about how he's in the upper echelon because he made it into fucking master rank? But yet is too scared to actually play once he gets there? That is literally the definition of gatekeeping. You made it right through the fucking gates. You made it right through the pearly fucking gates. And then all of a sudden you're like, oh yeah, the rest of you guys can't get into heaven. You're not good enough. Yeah, you're not good enough. Oh, well, are you going to go into heaven and talk to all those people? No, I don't need to do that. I just need to, I know you guys aren't good enough to get in here. So no, you can't do it. Because DSP, if you guys have been paying attention, has been calling for the criteria for getting into master rank. He's been calling for it to be changed. I know some of you have heard this. He's been talking about how the points are being divvied up, and he wants that shit to change. It's ironic, though, that he wants all of that shit to change once he's gotten in there. Now, all of a sudden, shit needs to get fixed. But when we were, quote-unquote, grinding our way into master rank, oh, it was all right. And, ladies and gentlemen, it makes you really wonder why the fuck did he get up and off Xbox? Because I haven't necessarily figured it out yet. I have theories. They're not necessarily Theo theories, but I have some theories. But it makes me wonder, why is it that he really ran from Xbox to PlayStation when it's cross-platform anyway? That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Now, I've told you guys that the real reason, one reason I have that I think he did it is because he saw everybody at Evo I think they were primarily playing on PlayStation consoles, and he follows people in their streams. He follows these FGC guys in their streams, and most of these guys are playing on either PC or they're playing on PlayStation. They're not. There are people playing on Xbox too, but you know what I mean. They're playing on PC or they're playing on PlayStation, respectfully. So he just wants to go where he thinks all the upper echelon guys are at. But then I told you when he made that jump, I don't know why he wants to come over here and catch all these fucking hands in PlayStation, because he's not going to last very long. He's going to have a problem with it. The competition is just as thick as it is over there on Xbox. So I don't know why he want to come over here and catch hands, but he can get that. He want to fuck around and find out he can have it. And that's exactly what happened. Now you got him sitting there fucking dashboarding like he's low tier god. He's doing all this extra bullshit. Like, what was the point of all that? And then you ain't spent $500 fucking doing all this nonsense, and we couldn't give Jasper a fucking blood test? We couldn't get Jasper a fucking blood test. When's the last time that Phil had a physical? When's the last time that Catherine had a physical? What the fuck? I can't even use my Kentucky Derby fucking joke anymore because that chick hasn't run in a while because she ain't in physical shape to do so no more. You guys remember that shit? I used to clown that chick on fucking on the Snort Report, talking about I had money bet on her for the fucking Triple Crown and shit. I can't even do that no more. He ain't taking that away from me. Fucking asshole. Fucking asshole. Shit. So that's my thoughts on that. Jesus Christ. So much to talk about. Oh shit. Okay, so is there anything else, chat? Is there anything else that you guys have let me kind of ramble on for quite a bit? Is there anything, guys? Yes, I did see this. I saw his meltdown last night was fantastic, and there's gonna be even more to come. So I don't know how he's gonna do. I don't know if he's gonna make it a year. I think he will. I think he'll make it till the last character of the year. I think that's Akuma, because I think Ed is next. We'll see how he does with Ed. I'm actually very, very curious on what his properties are going to be like. But we'll see. We'll see. It doesn't matter. He's already exposed himself. Like fucking A. Fucking A. I can't. I just blows my fucking mind. Blows my fucking mind. Yeah. Okay, there you go. Big guy got it. Big ups. He said that you need to have a 60% win rate, right? Now here's my question. Did he mean you have to have a 60% win rate with the individual character? Or does he mean your overall win rate? Because if that's the case, he's fucked. And then if you talk about having 60% to get into master rank, I don't even think that's high enough. I'm gonna be a dick for a minute, but with my best character right now, I have like an 84% win rate. That ain't shit, so don't take that as anything. It doesn't mean anything. Here's my point. To get into master rank, when they rework it, it's too bad Catherine can't do that no more. Anyway, when they rework it, you should have at least a 70% win rate or better. And DSP don't even have that. He barely has that. You know what I'm saying? So like, and more importantly than that, because of how casual friendly it is, there's a reason why they don't care so much about your win rate per se, and just they want you to grind. Because if you grind with one character and you really sit there and you put your nose to the grindstone on it, not only are you learning that character, but you're learning your matchups. Those matchups can carry over to other characters. Now, granted, you have to readjust because not every character plays the same, but you get my general idea, right? How is it that DSP has none of this experience that carry over? Think about him with Blanca, right? His Blanca's shit, and I promise you, he's shit. I've been clipping videos of far better players, whether they won or lost. I can show you some Blanca shit. I can show you some fantastic Blanca shit, and I will. I intend on to. DSP ain't shit. It's because there wasn't a lot of players who were familiar with Blanca, and because Blanca has, I wouldn't say safe, because DSP's definition of safe is wrong. He doesn't know what he's really talking about when he says that. It's really the shenanigans. But it's because Blanca has so many shenanigans, and because a lot of his moves are covered, they're not safe, but they're covered up well, where people don't know how to properly punish it, is the reason why his Blanca did so well. Theoretically, some of the success that he had with Blanca should have carried over to Honda. Honda is a heavy fucking hitter. I'm talking about, you can deal damage fast, and you can lock people down with his upper smash and his butt smash and whatnot. Especially if you time it right. Especially if you mix that shit up and get people scared to even move. Because between up splash and just headbutt in general, you can do fucking damage. And then you go ahead and praise the sun, and you get some of those 100 hand slaps in there. Say goodbye to your fucking drive meter. Like, you can do real damage. And he never learned how to do any of that. All he did is what class? He did exactly what he did with fucking Blanca, and relied on the command throw, essentially, and didn't do much of anything else. And when he finally did get a hit, he couldn't convert damage. He just couldn't do it. He just couldn't convert damage. And so when you look at Lily right there is, I think, is the best example of DSP's limitations as a player. Let's not talk about the character. We all understand where Lily is at in the pecking order as it pertains to tiers and whatnot. I get that. We all understand that. It is what it is. Even though not every Lily player plays the same, right? And if you guys remember back to the Vesper Arcade stream, he said DSP plays a typical he plays a typical flowchart Lily and whatnot, which he does, but he kind of doesn't, because he doesn't have the variations or depth to use her, I think, efficiently. But he does play a flowchart Lily, which is ironic, chat, because doesn't DSP cry about how all the Kins are brain dead and fucking flowchart and pattern players? All the Lukes are brain dead and flowcharty and pattern players. All the juries are like that. Isn't that what DSP is saying? But he's the definition of a flowchart character. Then, let's jump back over there to Dialophone for a minute. Dialophone was like, one of the major problems DSP has is that he's predictable. And what if I told you, chat, the way DSP does anything is the way he does everything. And that's what DSP's real problem is, amongst everything, is he's predictable. Now, let me go ahead and chop down something else at DSP. Let's cut some more bacon off his back. DSP is always telling you, oh, I should be able to react to this. I should be able to react to this. I should be able to react to that, yada, yada, yada. Did he ever think once of anticipating? Chat, somebody help me. Has he ever once thought about anticipating something coming instead of trying to react to everything? Because you can't humanly react to everything. So you have to anticipate, you have to condition, you have to train. And yet, have you ever heard DSP use any of those terms? At all? Somebody help me. Please, somebody help me. I miss bacon sweats too. So, somebody please help me. Has anybody ever heard any of that? No, because DSP is not capable of it. I agree. I think DSP probably should be considered if Ralph is the new king of hate, DSP should probably be the new low tier guy. Why did Cat get so fat? Because of convenience. Because of convenience. Phil cut her off essentially from all activities and put her in a position to where, hey, you don't have to cook since you're not going out nearly as much anymore, or you're not doing much of anything except for playing video games. You don't have to cook either, or you don't have to cook nearly as much. So we'll just order out. So that's all they do and whatnot. Because truth be told, especially in the last couple years, ProleteR and James the Lesser pointed this out. Her cooking must not be great. And I hate to criticize her on something like that, but her cooking must not be very good. So if you're ordering out 3 times a day, you know what I'm saying? Because all those meals that he keeps pulling up and whatever, if you think about it, they're the same variation of something that happened a couple days ago. He just remixed it. It's always, let's cut the bullshit. It's always either some type of casserole, it's some type of soup, it's some type of baked something, right? It's some type of obscure pasta dish or whatever. It's always something with fresh ingredients and all kinds of nonsense, despite the fact that he's already admitted that he throws fresh fruit out every week. I mean, let's cut the bullshit. You know what I'm saying? If it's not some ready-made shit at whatever job she's working at, they're ordering it. It is what it is. Because because Tevin pointed this out a long time ago, praise be, is that chick's, DSP built her up that her only value was the fact that she was cooking something. That was pretty much it. And now he's run out of stuff for that. At least that's my thoughts. Oh, I don't know if the charges got dropped against Cyrax. I do not know. The only use me blade thing is just sad. That shit is just sad. Like, for Christ's sake, that's sad. Speaking of which, I am also, and I'm actually going to record that over the weekend. We're going to go over the failure, which turned out to be the Lol Cow podcast. Yeah, I'm going to have to talk about it. You know what, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and skip the foreplay and get right into it. Let's see how many licks it's going to take. Okay, so how the fuck that... Okay, so supposedly there are 2 episodes recorded, right? Boogie is out here talking about how he offered 2 podcasts on Patreon or some type of donation thing, and it hasn't come out yet. On Twitter, he's telling people, oh, the first episode, the editor ended up leaving halfway through, so that's not even being done edited together yet. And the second episode, I'm not even sure. So that's what Boogie's telling us. You jump over there to Wings, and Wings is over there sniffing his fucking chair. This is what he's been resorted to doing. Sniffing. He's sitting there sniffing his computer chair for money. That's so sad. He's sitting there sniffing his computer chair for money. That's what he's doing. That shit is fucking ridiculous. Which is crazy to me, right? Which is crazy to me because if Wings ended up getting his upfront money from this podcast, why are you on stream basically crying broke at every second of the day? Has anybody who's following Wings at the moment, has any of you guys noticed that? He's constantly bitching and complaining about how he don't have money. And he's broke as shit. And if he don't make his $130 a day, he don't know what he's gonna do and all this. He is literally fucked up. Like, fucked up. I like that 7 Days to Die symbol, by the way, too. Big ups to that. Because I know the reference for that one. Shit, big ups to that. So that's unfortunate. So, and then we go to the third and last member of this whole fucking party, Tommy C. Okay, so Tommy did a stream about a week ago. Maybe 2. Don't worry, Donut. We're all late. And half the stream is muted because I'm a dumbass, so don't even worry about it. Tommy C did a stream in probably an hour, 2 hours, something like that. I kind of skimmed through it. And he was talking about how DSP doesn't know how to read his opponent. Like, I'm sorry, I got sidetracked because I saw that and I was like, read his opponent? DSP don't know how to do that. DSP doesn't know how to read his opponent. And that's why DSP doesn't know how to condition his opponent. That's why DSP doesn't know how to train his opponent. And that's why DSP is so predictable. And it's yet again, it's a limitation. It's a basic function that you should have. Right? If you play a lot of fighting games, you learn how to pick up on patterns. Maybe not your own patterns or shortcomings, but you learn how to pick up on other people's patterns or shortcomings. And you learn how to use that to your advantage. DSP don't do that. DSP bulldogs his... Fuck that. I don't want to say bulldogs. I like bulldogs. He drives his head into the fucking wall until something works. Which is ironic because that's what people keep saying about DSP in this whole 15-year legacy. Oh, well, you have to give DSP credit because he's been doing this for 15 years and he'll just keep driving his head through the wall until he finally breaks through. So we're just scraping the bottom of the barrel on what we're going to give people credit for then, I guess. Right? That's what we're doing? No. DSP doesn't learn anything. I'm not saying that he can't learn. You know what I'm saying? He's not a complete and fucking tard, but he can't do basic shit. He can't do basic shit because it requires too much, to be honest with you. That's why, like, when he goes back to Blanca, whenever that happens, he's gonna be fucked. Because whatever little timing that he has, which is incorrect anyway, whatever timing that he has down or he thought he has down isn't gonna work. On top of that, there are patches that are coming out. The game is changing. The players are changing. The landscape's changing. And you're seeing DSP fall. You're already seeing DSP fall behind from one patch and one new character being introduced. You already seeing him fall back. That shit is fantastic. But he doesn't know how to read his opponent. He has no insight into any of that at all. He just can never do it. He just can't do it. But that's a fair point though. But yeah, DSP doesn't know how to read. He can't read shit. He can't read shit because, especially with these Ken players, like real fast, and then I'll get to this Ethan Ralph thing. As it pertains to these Ken players, Ken players are predictable, right? Not every Ken player, because I play Ken a little bit myself, and I'm not saying that to say anything, but I'm just saying not all Ken players are predictable, but most of them are, right? Most of them are. The setup, essentially, there's like, Ken has like a bunch of different setups, but DSP gets hit with like the same 3 or 4. Constantly. I had to watch, you don't know how many Snorpernell videos and Snorpernell videos, Big O's, and DSP tries and Memology 101 videos I had to watch. I had to put these bitches side by side. And that's when I really, like, I had already had the gut feeling about it, but I had to watch them side by side, and because there are 2 different clips, to really understand how limited DSP is as a player, and especially as it comes down to Ken players. Like, DSP has never been someone who deals well with pressure, and he doesn't deal well when he's put on the defense. That's why DSP is constantly going for reversals, or that's why he's always constantly going for counter hits. He can't just wait somebody out, and he can't figure out a way to get out of a situation. If he can't get his fucking uppercut, if he can't do his drive impact, if he can't parry, he's got nothing. And then DSP was sitting here crying the other night, or last night I think, about there's no way Guile's crouching fierce was beating him because it's not a true anti-air, which it is, and yet DSP got hit by the damn thing 3 fucking times. 3 fucking times he got hit with the same anti-air and literally said that shouldn't happen, that he doesn't understand why that works. I was floored, and I am one of the main proponents out here to say DSP ain't shit when it comes to fighting games, and I was stunned by that. I was shocked. I was shocked. And you want to know why that was? Because DSP didn't understand the spacing. When he traded, it was really like a trade, but when he got hit with Guile's anti-air, the position that he landed was the same position he jumped back out of. And he wondered why he got hit with the same goddamn thing 3 times. I was floored. I was floored by that bullshit. Like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck? I was stunned. I was stunned by that shit. Anyway. So yeah, DSP can't. He can't read people. He can't read people at all. And in a lot of ways, I don't know if I could say DSP is gullible, too trusting, or stupid. He's probably all 3. Because if you think about it, remember what I've said, the way DSP does anything is the way he does everything. Think about how when people say, oh, they'll give him money, he takes that shit like it's the Gaudi gospel. He honest to God believes you that you'll give him this money if he goes on this streak or whatever the case may be. There's a problem on 2 fronts. 1, if you can't motivate yourself, theoretically no one else can either. 2, if your only driving force is money, then people will always know how to play you. And that's what makes DSP such an easy, arguably, is what makes DSP such an easy person to get over on, not just in IRL, but in trolling and in fighting games in general. Because yet again, chat, he's too predictable. He's far too predictable as a person. It makes no goddamn sense. When someone said, like, let me give you an example. If ProleteR says, hey man, I'm gonna shoot you a DM tomorrow on you know, Twitter or whatever, or on Discord or whatever the case may be, just look out for it. Alright, bet. You know what I'm saying? And ProleteR knows, if I get to it, I get to it. If I show up 2 days later and it's not there, I'm not gonna hold nothing against ProleteR because life comes at you fast. DSP is not like that. If you say you're going to do something, he automatically takes it that you're going to do it. Here's the problem with that. When DSP puts his quote-unquote word to something, he doesn't even live up to that shit half the goddamn time. So how do you hold people up to an expectation that you yourself can't hold up to or even live up to? That makes literally no fucking sense. That literally means not a god. That makes no goddamn sense at all. And yet he constantly does it. That shit is fucking weird. It really is. I just don't understand. I just don't. Oh, okay. So Ethan Ralph. Sorry. Ethan Ralph. If he had a win, it was short-lived. But it wasn't even a win. Okay. This dude comes. Okay, let's get this out there. Okay, so if I remember correctly, Ethan Ralph decided to go to war, quote unquote, with American First, and expose all the pedos and all the other bullshit that was floating around that bitch. Here's the problem. While everybody was trying to give him a win for that, I was thinking, how the fuck are you surrounded by pedophiles and you're not saying nothing about it? And then that took me right back to when DSP said, oh, I know the Cannon brothers knew what Mr. Wiz did because I knew what Mr. Wiz did. Well, why didn't you say anything then, Phil? So I'm not going to give you brownie points because you were laying down with the very sickos that you want to turn your back against. I'm not going to do that. But all of a sudden, he was getting a win. Then PPP and fucking Warski tried to go in there and clean some shit up when it came to the, whatever that super chat system they have over there. And PPP tried to call him out for the same bullshit, but they kind of fumbled the ball, just like what they did with Flamenco. And so that didn't mean a goddamn thing. Then all of a sudden, the tape comes out of Pantsu, the other horse, the other horse meat. The tape came out with her sounding distressed, abused, whatever you want to call it. That shit came out, and then everything just went to shit after that. Maybe, just maybe, we shouldn't be passing out W's to people until they've actually earned it. Maybe that's what the situation is with Ethan fucking Ralph. Maybe we shouldn't be passing out wins to anybody just yet. You know what I'm saying? That's the thing. Like, I can't sit there and give you credit for exposing somebody when you were in bed with the people that you are supposedly exposing. You knew what that shit was about. So I can't say anything. That's all I have to say about that at the moment, as it pertains to Ethan Ralph. Oh, my fault. Back to the low cop podcast thing. So all of a sudden, we went over Boogie, we went over Wings. Okay, so Tommy C is on his stream, and he's basically like, you know, this might bring breathe second life into his show. He says that the trolls who have seen it so far don't like it, and he says that, you know, hopefully if he gives it enough time, people will gravitate to it and people will kind of accept it. Here's the problem. One, Tommy can't carry. I don't know really what you want me to tell you, but Tommy C can't carry those guys. He just can't. Tommy has, if you follow Tommy or the commentator community at any point, you know what I'm talking about. He's been through it. And if you get somebody like Wings, who got off his fucking ass and actually watched some of Tommy's shit, and actually went through and watched some of the stuff that Tommy's been through, he would have so much shit to use against Tommy that show would fall apart either which way. Another thing, Boogie and Wings aren't motivated. They're not motivated to do it because there's no real incentive, there's no real payoff. Because why, chat? You actually need, I know you guys don't want to hear this because I don't want to say it, but it's true. He needs DSP to make that show work. DSP makes that show work. And that leads to fucking shining point number 4. It's not authentic. The show the way it is right now is not authentic. That's why Keem is dragging his ass, responding back to Tommy or whoever else as it pertains to it. Because even Keemstar knows that show is not going to float. I don't care what detractor told him what, or I don't care what shit that they may have initially had planned out, or whatever the case may be. If DSP ain't on that show, that shit ain't going to float. Even if the show only floats for 6 or 7 episodes, right? Even if that's just the case, it at least floated. It's not going to float the way it is. It's just not. Tommy C is literally catered, or he's crafted, I should say, for a particular audience of people. He essentially has to rile these cows up, and he has to make them trot. And Tommy can't do that. You know what I'm saying? And that's not me getting out of fucking pocket. It's just Tommy can't do that. That's not Tommy's pace. You know what I'm saying? This isn't Baited Podcast, right? Baited was a completely different scenario. Tommy was walking in on a ready-made show with 2 guys who were already personalities of their own, who could carry, who could bounce off each other, who they could do the show by themselves, let alone did they really need each other. That's what Tommy walked into. Tommy's not walking into this now. He's walking into an environment with 2 very manic fucking losers who don't have shit to give. They don't have not a goddamn thing to give to the situation. They just don't. And how is he gonna make that work? Let's go ahead and dig a little bit deeper to this. You got Wings, who's broken. I'm gonna call it what it is. Wings is broken. That dude has no motivation to do not a goddamn thing. He barely gets himself out of bed, to be honest with you. He sat there and squandered one of the best opportunities he could have ever been given because all he saw was the paycheck and not what was beyond the paycheck. Even though, like, let me spell this out. So he does the boxing match, right? And whatever. He took the 6 weeks, the 8 weeks, whatever the fuck it was. He took all that time to get himself in shape, if you want to call it shape, it was something, and to get his ass in the ring and got himself an easy win over Boogie. The payoff for that was Boogie feels like he actually accomplished something, even if he failed. Wings proves that I guess he has hands, I guess he can do something, I guess there ain't no bitch in his blood, whatever the fuck. He gets the win because he actually did something most people didn't think he would do, and all he had to do was capitalize and keep going. All he had to do was keep building off of whatever he already had, and he couldn't. He couldn't because it was too much pressure. He didn't want to do the work because he doesn't like doing the work. He didn't feel any accomplishment from losing weight. He felt it was a hindrance. So now, when everybody finally saw him for the piece of shit that he was, big ups to 007 who came up and said that on the stream, you know, like a month or 2 ago, whatever. Once people saw that he was a piece of shit and he really wasn't going to be able to move on nothing, everybody's interest basically faded. Wings was already doing, quote unquote, the work. All he had to do was keep doing it. Now he's like, oh, I don't understand why I'm not getting booked for any matches. Because ain't nobody really want to fight you because there ain't nothing in it. And then on top of that, if you guys really remember your boxing lore, if you want to call it boxing, he sat there and said, well, he was hesitant of wanting to fight anybody else after Boogie anyway because for 2 lame-ass reasons. One, he said, well, now people know that I got hands, so they're going to train extra hard and then I'm going to get beat down. And 2, he didn't actually think he was going to be able to keep it up because, you know, he didn't feel like it was worth, you know, he felt like he was deserving of more money than what he actually was paid for. When truth be told, 10 grand, 12 grand, 15 grand, whatever the fuck he got, was actually too much. It was too much, to be honest. And then, and this is fucking sunny point number 3, he gave the gloves back at the end of the bout. Now, I don't know about any of y'all, right? Because Wings says he watches a lot of boxing, which is bullshit probably. He probably watches boxing on Reddit. He probably watches clips, but he doesn't actually watch matches. No boxer gives back their gloves. Because what the fuck is the organization going to do with used gloves? Think about that. You take the gloves with you. You want to know why Wings gave those gloves back? Because subconsciously, he was quitting. He was quitting. He did the bare minimum. He got his win over Boogie for whatever the fuck that was worth, and then he gave up. Because that's all Wings has ever been good at. Giving up. Period. Now, try to take that and apply that to the Lolcow podcast. The moment Wings feels like he's being the butt of the joke, he's not pulling his weight for whatever that's worth, or he's not being taken seriously, he gonna quit. He's gonna quit. Because that's all Wings ever has been, is a quitter. He running around here trying to throw math problems at people. He trying to ask people questions about the government. He trying to ask all these silly ass questions, and then he was forced to admit that he was a high school dropout himself. And that right there isn't even anything for me to chop him on until I heard why he said he was a high school dropout. You said you were a high school dropout because people were bullying you? What? What? Last time I checked, you don't go to school for people to like you. You go to school for a fucking education. You're too big to go into a locker. You're too big to get shoved down a toilet. What the fuck are you worried about? Anyway, that's me being an asshole. So that's why that podcast ain't going nowhere. The Lolcow podcast is essentially dead on arrival. To be honest, Tommy's not going to be able to carry. He's just not. He's not. If they want to do a whole nother podcast and not call it Lolcow and have a recurring guest or something, fine. But he's not going to carry. Tommy's just not built for that. You know what I'm saying? ReviewTechUSA is not built for that. Especially not after the spurg out he ain't had the other day. Jesus Christ. I thought he was supposed to be better than Wings and or better than DSP. He's no better. Literally no better. He's cut from the same goddamn cloth. Holy shit. So that's where that is. You know what I'm saying? That's what the situation is with Lolcow podcast. It's not going to go nowhere. It's just dead in the water. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not sorry to say that. And there's a reason why Keem don't want to move on it, because he knows it's just gonna turn into some run of the mill shit that's gonna fail. It's just not gonna work. It's not authentic. What makes the Lolcow podcast authentic, if you remove all the detractor shit out of the way and all that crap, is you had 3 fucking Lolcows that were gonna all go up there and say dumb shit, thinking that they were smart. They were going to go over there. They were going to go up there and try to give life advice. They were going to try to do all these things that were completely out of their element because they don't have any practice in it. And people were going to show up and laugh at it. And people will throw some shekels at it. You know what I'm saying? People may even buy a couple shirts or some shit. But the point is, as ProleteR tells us all the time, it was supposed to be a point and laugh type situation. It was a bunch of idiots being idiots thinking they were going to be serious and hoping to be taken seriously. And that's not going to happen. Because if you can't get DSP to the table, then it doesn't mean anything. And there isn't another Lolcow to replace him. I'm sorry to say it, but there's not another Lolcow out there to replace him. You need DSP to make that shit work. You want to know why? Because out of the 3 communities, Boogie, Wings, and DSP, DSP's side of the troll kingdom, if you will, is literally the media part of it. The Wings of Redemption side of it is the real troll aspect of it, and the Boogie part of it is the emotional support fucking element of it. If you don't have the DSP part of that shit ain't gonna move. And there's no reason for any DSP detractor, troll, hater, or critic to go over there and support that bullshit if DSP isn't part of it. There isn't any of that at all. I'll just wait until the clip channels get to that shit. Because there's no incentive for me to go over there and care about it. And I don't speak for the detractor community as a whole, but for those of you who know, you know. You have so many... I'll tell you the way I tell everybody else. I only have so many fucks in a day. And I don't waste it on bullshit. Why would any of you do anything different? Why would any of you do anything different? You know what I'm saying? It's just destined to fail. It is what it is. So, you know, and like I said, that's why you got, and Wings knows it. That's why Wings is over here sniffing his chair. That's why he's crying about this money. That's why he's stalking Cheese. He's sitting here stalking Cheese on fucking Rainbow to see what his stats are. Wings the other day, I just saw it in a Lumix video. It might have been a Breaking Banquet video. And maybe it was both, actually. I watched both of them. Anyway, big ups to both. He was in one of those videos complaining about how it's the troll's fault that he can't make it the champion rank. Well, does that sound familiar to you? That sounds like DSP. Do you see why I tell you that Lolcow shit don't work? no matter what Wings doesn't matter what Boogie does, you can link that shit back to DSP in some way. It feeds the fucking ecosystem if you think about it. You can literally you can have, let's say, 15 trolls, 5 from each one of their communities, be in that chat, and they could run circles around the 3 of them. And they're all going to get pissed off at it. Boogie will probably be the last one to get pissed off. He'll probably hold off on it and whatnot, but you'll see him get agitated. But you will get a reaction out of DSP and Wings. You will get it. Guaranteed. And Keem's going to let it happen. Because that's what pushes the show forward. That's what makes the shit authentic. It's lolcows being lolcows. And you're not touching the poo, but you're able to engage with them enough to where you can get your entertainment value out of it. So it gets to the Clippers get it, they put it out there, and then the people who want to react to it or whatever get to it too. That's how the system works. The system doesn't work that way. And Keem is at least smart enough to realize that. So that's why this shit's not gonna succeed. It's just not. Oh, Jesus Christ. No, Rich can't change. Rich can never change who he is, to be honest with you. And Rich is just a spiteful rage pig in his own right. And the fact that he's trying to go into politics is laughable. Because it's already very, very, very apparent what side he's going to end up gravitating to. And once he's there, he's never going to be able to get out. And he's going to be fucked. And then, as they do in politics, what happens when you are leaning a certain type of way and people don't really fuck with you? They don't always attack you directly. They go after your supporters. They go after the people who give you money. Once they get them out of pocket, then you're dead in the water. And what's Rich going to do then? So, no. Rich has never changed. Rich is just like DSP in a lot of ways. He does just enough to make himself seem better. But he's not. He's never been better. He's just as much of a piece of shit. Dude, let me give you guys a little bit of insight on how much of a piece of shit Rich is. Rich tried to use the child of one of his trolls to get him to stop trolling him. We're bringing in kids? We're going to use somebody's child to get them to stop trolling us. Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. That's a child. That child has nothing to do with any of that shit. And you were trying to try to use that as leverage to get one of your trolls to stop? Get out of here. Fuck you. Fuck you and everything that come with that. Fuck you and everybody wants to come with that. And if anybody wants to defend that, you come holler at my ass. You come holler at me if you want to defend that shit. Because if you have kids, then it's fair game then, right? If it was all good for Wings to do it, or not Wings, Rich. If it's all good for Rich to do it, then it's okay to happen to you, right? Right? And I'm not saying that because I would do that, because I don't condone that, which means I don't do it. But I want to hear you explain to me how that's okay to do that. I want to hear that. It's fucking crazy, dude. Fuck Rich. Fuck Rich all day. Holy shit. You never work with that misery pro. You know what? I'm gonna entertain you for just a fucking second, because clearly this ain't you. I'm gonna play with this for a second. What other options do you have? I want you to think about this, sir. I want you to think about this liquid fill, or do you want to be called solid fill? You can figure that out and you let me know. What options do you have? I want you to really think about this. You could have gotten yourself $50,000, a quarter of the show, which is a quarter of the merchandise, endorsements, sponsorships. You could have used that as a platform to not only show people that you've changed, but you could have given yourself a chance to get resources outside of Keem to build up other relationships. There was a lot of upside to that shit. There was a lot of upside to that shit. Solid Richard, or solid Phil, or liquid Phil. I'm not sure. I'm gonna call you liquid Phil. We'll do that. Toxic Totally Juice. We're gonna go with that. There was a lot of upside to that shit. I am curious on why you thought that was a bad idea. Let's see. Did you hear about DSP copyright strike? Yeah, I did. I actually, I did hear that. Which was an empty threat anyway, to be honest. It was a very empty threat. But, I mean, I'm not surprised, to be honest with you. Like, and he did it yet again to try to defend that reaction channel, which is already dead in the water anyway. So who gives a fuck? The channel's already dead. The channel's already dead. You know what I mean? It's absolute trash. He needs to, you know what he needs to do? And it's what I've said he needs to do. Go up there and literally react to detractor content. 10 minutes for every video that's recommended. And you're gonna do, and just do that. I'm fucking serious about this too. I mean, he should really do one day. Make it a marathon, Phil. Do that. Someone tell Liquid Richard or Liquid Phil in the chat if he's still here. Tell him to tell the other Phil he needs to react to detractor content. People will pay for it. People will pay to see it, and then he can go ahead and vent his frustration all he wants, which works out for Phil because he's a rageaholic anyway. So everybody wins. What does he have to lose? What's he have to lose? You think anybody in the detractor community gives a shit about anything he has to say? Oh, speaking of which, that DSPN nonsense? Really, Phil? Really, Phil? You thought I was gonna let that slide? I got something for your ass. I got something for your ass. Trust me. Oh, I had a good laugh after watching you do that shit for a couple weeks. I had a good laugh over that shit. I had a good laugh over that shit. Holy fuck. And then so you took the level 1 podcast from King. You trying to pull some cheap imitation of DSP News. And then you try to, and then instead of going with the successful archetype, which is DSP News, right? Because I'm successful, right? You want to go ahead and try to spin it back into the whole Keemstar shit. And then you've been wrong about most of the stuff that you said. For example, this dumbass had the nerve to say when the price hike went up for PSN, right? He said that was going to be enacted September 1st. It didn't. It happened like September 6th. It might even been September 9th is when it actually happened. And let me tell you how. So when the price hike went up, right, they gave you till like the 6th or the 9th before it actually was interacted. Back in June, they had a sale or whatever, they discounted, I should say, PSN to like 30%. That's when people suspected that the price hike was coming, when they discounted it. Now here's the crazy part. When I heard DSP say his bullshit, I knew he was wrong. But, always late, never breaking, unreliable coverage that you can't count on, I decided to call PSN and was like, hey, could you tell me when this actually happens? They were like, yeah, it happens on, like I said, it was on the 6th or the 9th. And I was like, I've already renewed my membership for a year. Can you tack on another year at that same price that I got it for? And guess what that lady did? She did just that. So I paid 40, I think I paid 40. I paid like $40 for an additional year of PSN that I really didn't want. But I mean, I play on PlayStation, so it is what it is. But she tacked on an additional year at the exact same price. So not only did this idiot get the date wrong, right? But with it, if he actually took a little bit of time to read the article that he saw on Twitter, because I saw that same article, if he actually read it, he could have told people, hey, it actually ends on this date, but if you call them right now, you can tack on an additional year for the price that it is currently. Or if you actually had signed up for the discount in June, they would have been willing to give it to you for that price. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I have gotten a lot wrong. You know this. I haven't shied away from it. We're all fucking adults. But Jesus Christ, I am not someone to not allow people to make some money, or at least have their money stretch in a particular situation. How the fuck are you going to have a news show, get the shit blatantly wrong, and not help people make some money? Or save some money, I should say. The fuck? And then you're still trying to chase King. The fuck? And then you're gonna have blank pieces of paper? You were too lazy to even write anything down. And then what's this whole thing about we're showing our phone now? I thought we had to protect our family. And now we're just flashing that dusty, dirty phone for no goddamn reason? One day, WWE Champions is gonna come up on that screensaver. It don't matter because he's already admitted to it, but I'm just saying, if it he never verified the account name, and you're getting reckless, Phil, and I shouldn't even be saying that. I should be holding that shit to myself. But you're gonna fuck up eventually anyway. Because if you give DSP enough rope, he will hang himself. Fucking asshole. Jesus Christ. Oh. Fucking A. But yeah, that DSP shit is stupid. So stupid. Still stupid. Oh, actually, now that you brought that up, fat tip goal, that doesn't even make any sense. Because DSP just said the other day that if you want to send him fan art or whatever the case may be, don't add an attachment to it because it goes to a spam folder. Why the fuck do you still have people emailing you stuff anyway if you're not comfortable with doing that? They can send that to you through DMs on Twitter, or they can just tweet it at him, or he could have them send it to his Discord. Like, you literally opened yourself up for massive trolling, and DSP is going to go for it hook, line, and sinker. Interestingly enough, and if I'm wrong about this, someone please call me out. Did DSP even recommend anybody to go to, well, I always remember as the King of Hate forums, whatever the fuck he calls it now. Did he ask anybody to go to his website and actually drop it off there, or no? You can't block. Holy shit. Oh, that's so dark, but it's kind of funny though. Well, the cat's head's already in the freezer, so I guess you gotta do something with the body. I mean, they could give it to Jasper. He looks kind of heavy these days. Then again, you know, since he can't even get a proper blood test, can a cat get diabetes? That's not funny. That's not funny. Oh, shit. Are there any sting operations on Phil's Discord? I don't think so. I don't think so. Because he already knows that everybody else knows, to be honest. And it's just some glorified... It's literally just it's the Gaudi Gestapo. Like I said, those dudes are definitely DMing him to rat on each other and to say whatever detractors are doing or whatever the case may be. And that don't even really matter, to be honest. Because what's DSP going to do about it anyway? So, it doesn't really mean anything. Yes, cats can get diabetes. Well, Jasper's never going to know, so that's unfortunate. That is absolutely unfortunate. Amusing to some degree, but unfortunate nonetheless. Oh shit, dogs can get diabetes too? Now I'm very, very sad. I'm very, very sad. But yeah, chat. Like I said, is there anything else? Is there anything in particular you guys want to talk about? Oh, actually, let me talk about this real fast. Because I was talking about Ethan Ralph. Because Flamenco has shown up lately, and I think I said this during the muted segment, but we'll act like that didn't happen. But Flamenco has shown his head, or has poked his head back out. We'll see what he ends up doing with it. But I was thinking back. Do any of you actually realize how much like, not power, but how much influence Flamenco had at one time or another? I was thinking about this recently. So one, most of you guys may not know this or may not remember, but Flamenco actually has ties to the tractor community. He is through. Oh, you're welcome. By the way, Parker. Big ups. It was through LSB. He used to show up to LSB streams, I should say. They weren't friends or anything like that. I'm just saying that, like, he used to be over there on his streams a lot when he used to stream DSP stuff. You know, the whole VTuber early on type thing. Anyway, I was thinking to myself how much of a fuck up Flamenco is, given the amount of influence that dude had at one time. Hear me out. Okay, so Flamenco had ties with the commentator community. That doesn't mean shit now, given what's going on with Turkey Tom and some of those other guys. But he had ties with those guys at one time or another. Then he was doing this VTuber news thing. He used to go over like VTuber drama or whatnot, which is highly lucrative because there's very few people that do it. The only thing is you have to be on your shit. You got to be on your shit about that, because if you are wrong, they will come for you. So there's that. And and then he had the Ethan Ralph shit. At one time, I know this is probably hard to believe, Flamenco literally had the throttle when it came to fucking Rage Pig content. That shit was wild. And I don't even really know how it happened, but he literally was the front runner for that shit. He could get Ethan to rage over the dumbest shit, and it was funny. And he squandered all of that bullshit trying to do whatever. Anyway, I just brought that up because I thought that shit was hilarious on what he had. And you look at him now and it's like, how did you fall this far? Like, I don't understand that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you didn't do a whole lot, and I don't remember you reaching that high. So how did you fall so low? Just, it's peculiar. I just, I really don't understand it. I just don't understand how that happened. So that's my random thought for the day. I just don't understand how he did it. I really don't. He had a good thing going too, to be honest. Oh, speaking of which, speaking of ReviewTechUSA, Camelot. If you guys know who he is, you know who he is. He hangs out with Nick Rekieta. Camelot's an idiot. Someone need to tell that dude that he need to chill before he catch problems, because he keep poking that nest over there with Pipkin. He keeps poking that nest and shit. Something's gonna come out and sting him. And we all saw the last time he tried to get stupid and he wanted to fuck around and find out. You know what I'm saying? Them boys ain't found out everything about his ass, and then he had to give that weak ass apology, and no one believed it. And then he was smart enough to keep his mouth shut. Then I saw he cited the raider. This is how the story went. The day before, someone brought him up, and she said she didn't want to speak on it. She said that they were on good terms, and then he did something that was inappropriate, and then, they chose to go their separate ways. The next day, fucking Camelot decides to go ahead and bite back. And it's like, dude, like, did you not get the message the first time around? Like, did you not get the message the first time around? Like, I mean, and Nick don't care, because Nick is already in a lot of problems as it is, because that monograph case or whatever, fucking A, dude, it looks like he might lose that case, and I hope he don't. And I'm not even predicting that he's going to, but it looks bad. That monograph case, or Montegraph, or whatever it's called, that case looks really, really bad. That shit doesn't look like it's really helping. And it sounds like there's a lot of money being spent that could be going right to Nick's pockets, that could be going to, I don't know, something. Yo, thanks for coming by, man. Take care of yourself. Catch you later, Mitch. Like, it sounds like that money could be going somewhere else instead of wasting it doing what he's doing. I don't know. As it pertains to the gym stream, I was actually happy that he came back. You can tell. You can just tell just by how he sounds and his energy level that it's clearly not there. But I will tell you this: I am not mad that he came back and he got he got himself a bunch of money. I donated. I'm not embarrassed to even say so. I bought a hat. So, you know what I'm saying? Shit. Because I've been meaning to get my hands on a hat for a while anyway. But I did it. I have no problem with doing that shit. I really don't. Like, for all the entertainment that dude gave me and shit, I didn't even hesitate at all, to be honest. And like I said, I'd like to see him come back if he has the energy to do it. You know what I'm saying? Because shit is, just like I told Proper before the summer, it's going to be a real hot summer out here. And shit got crazy. You know what I'm saying? Gas prices getting nuts. You know what I'm saying? Fucking food's costing crazy and shit. It's getting a mess out there. And if you got a serious medical issue and whatnot, and if you feel like the funds that you put away for are not going to make it, if you're providing someone, or if you're providing people, I should say, something for their money, something of value, then by all means. By all fucking means. But then again, I don't look at him as, e-begging or whatever the case was. Anyway, he came back and whatnot. He had a lot to say. I'm glad he did it. So, it is what it is. I'm not happy that he's sick, obviously. But I'm happy that he came back despite how brief it was. I respect that. I really do. I really fucking do. So, that's just my thoughts on it. So, like I said, I was glad to hear him come back. VTubers can be a problem. I'll just say that. VTubers going to be a problem. Turkey Tom is in a very interesting situation where he had nonsense going on in his Discord. Some talk about he has some chick's name carved into his chest. I don't even really believe that's the situation. He's just been on some silly shit as of late. And speaking of which, too, that Wings of Redemption video he did and the Chantel Foodie Beauty one, those were fluff pieces at best. So he can't be surprised that he's not getting the overall support that he thought he would and whatnot. Those are fluff pieces. Speaking of which, going back to that June the King thing, because I heard about that too. DSP was like, yeah, June the King's doing this documentary. He's probably going to be at the end of the year, beginning of next year, and he's going to go over my haters too. If he's going to come after your haters, he has to come after everybody. He got to come see everybody. So I don't even know if that's even a thing. It's a thing, but if he cherry picks, he's going to have, no pun intended, cherries in the chat. If he cherry picks, he's going to have a problem. He's going to have an issue. So he's got to, I'm not saying it's like the LTG shit where people are going to try to dox him or none of that dumb shit. I'm just saying if we're talking about being an actual reporter in this shit, if we're actually trying to be an actual journalist in this shit and get shit done, he's got to come see everybody on that. And that's going to be kind of tough. Because there's a lot of people in this community that aren't on some fuckery shit. So what is it? You're going to criticize someone because they took a clip and did some funny edits and made fun of DSP for something that he actually said? Or you're going to get into the really grimy shit that has been known to happen? What are we going to do? I'm being honest about that. How's he going to really play that? Because that's going to be tough, especially this year. You know what I'm saying? You had that Miller situation. Is he going to look into that deeper? Is he going to look at the fucking That Being Said podcast that happened? I think that was Duty, right? Where Duty fessed up to some of the stuff that he was being accused of by Miller. Is he gonna talk about that shit? Are we gonna talk about how things didn't go well with Keem? Are we gonna talk about how side scrollers showed some hesitation? What are we gonna talk about? And then let's say we don't want to talk about anything recent. Let's say we go back deep, right? Didn't That Being Said have they have Loupo, I think, on there earlier in the year and whatnot? And he said things, I didn't actually hear it. I read the transcripts, I remember that. About it wasn't really all that bad, or, they did some fucked up shit, but they didn't do everything. Whatever the case may be. Is dude gonna go back to SOK days? Is he gonna dig that shit up? Are we gonna talk about how that shit happened? And then that's a hard one to do too. Because right now, if you think about it, not even right now, it's been like this. You have a lot of people in the camp that what SOK did was fucked up, but I miss them because they were entertaining. You have some people say that shit is fucked up, and that shit is what led to the detractor community to being the way it is now. So which one is he going to go for? And if he's going to be fair, is he going to talk about when SOK pulled DSP out of that nonsense with Fotabi and Laveria Media? When they had that 14-hour, 16-hour situation where they actually went through and actually found out who these people are and the bullshit that they were doing, and in a lot of ways prevented Phil from getting himself fucked up? You know what I'm saying? You're starting to, you have to draw some really fucked up conclusions when you think about it. That's just going to be a hard sell. But I do know this, if he comes after the detractors, right, then he has to go after DSP's boys too. And you know what that means. Now we got to go after Planet Jeff and his dead wife's insurance money. We have to go after the racism that goes on over there. We have to go after the weird, crazy sex nonsense that used to go on in his chat back when it was on Twitch. You got to go through all that bullshit. Matter of fact, wasn't there a guy in Phil's chat just in the last couple of weeks that was spewing off his bullshit, and DSP clearly saw it and didn't ban him, just ignored it, just completely turned his head to it, just like how he used to do on Twitch. So when DSP says, oh, they said that I used hateful slurs, or I was using hateful language, or whatever. Well, you did do that, but people in your chat did it too. And there were people on Twitch who got banned because of the shit that they said in their chat. But it never happened to you. It makes you think. If you really put things together, if you really think about it, it really makes you think. So, I mean, good luck to him and however which way he decided to do it. But it really makes you think. Yeah, Jim is literally like, I hope Jim don't die, but his situation definitely sounds, he's definitely deteriorating really, really, really fast. And it makes me think that the money really isn't, I gotta be very careful with how I say this. Fuck it, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if the money's really going to actually, trying to improve the house, and it's really not really going to be a safety net for Jade. Because I got to be honest with you, if I was falling apart, excuse me, at the rate that he says he is, I'm not even really thinking about myself at that point, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? I just want to put money away for my family, and however long I can stick around, I can stick around. That's the way I see it. Now, am I saying that he's doing that? I don't know. I don't care, to be perfectly honest. Because either which way, it's understandable. If he's using the money to try to prolong himself in the hopes that shit gets better, cool. If he's starting to put that money to the side, so when he passes, he's leaving something for his peoples, I'm cool with that too. Because it sounds really, really bad, man. That shit sounds like a really bad situation. And I don't wish death on nobody. And that's why no one can say they hate DSP. Because you don't hate him. You may dislike him, you may hate what he do, but you don't hate him. You don't hate him. So, But that's my thoughts. That's my thoughts. Big up the hate army. I'm not saying necessarily June's a cuck. I'm just saying that if he comes for if he comes for one side, he has to come for the other. That's all I'm saying. DSP thinks this is going to be a fair shot. It's going to be, he thinks that someone's really going to give him a fair shake, and there's no way to give DSP a fair shake. If you really, really think about it, everything that DSP has gotten, he asked for it. Tenfold. You know what I'm saying? That the equivalent of what DSP's done is the equivalent of if I decided to go to war with the detractor community. You know what I'm saying? That's me getting on Discord, and everybody that I'm cool with, I'm just like, yo, man, I'm going to have to shoot my shot. And so, this is where it all is. And then next thing you know, I just start headhunting. I asked for that. And you got to take everything that comes with it. And DSP's never been man enough to do that. He's never had it in him to do that. Everybody wants to come out here, quote unquote, DSP wants to come out here and basically, oh, that's just my opinion. That's just my thoughts on it. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? But he doesn't want any of the repercussions that come with it. On the internet, there's consequences to anything and everything you say. To be honest. It is what it is. It just depends on how you want to take it. It depends on how they want to take it and how far they want to go with it. If you really believe in what you say, then you're going to you handle it as that and you just keep it moving. If he believes in what he says, he wouldn't be mad that shit gets clipped. He wouldn't be mad or say nonsense about shit got taken out of context. You said what you said. I can't think of anybody in the community that I watch that, I gotta make sure I put that caveat out there because I don't get a chance to watch everybody. But I can't think of anybody that I watch who does DSP content and who is not fair to what is being said. I'm sorry, but I can't. Just it is what it is. Illuminati, that's what happens when a stripper get out of pocket. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say. Because that is clearly vindictive shit. It didn't need to go that way. I don't even know why she even went after Legal Eagle. That dude is harmless. That dude is fucking harmless. You know what I'm saying? Like, actually, Legal Eagle is what everybody thought Nick Rekieta was until people found out what Nick Rekieta is. That's who Legal Eagle is. I'm not saying that he's squeaky clean, because there is something about him that throws me off a bit. Like, I have a hard time kind of, I don't know, I have a hard time with that a little bit. But that dude is harmless. I don't know what she thought she was going to get out of that. I don't know what she thought the advantage was, but it's all fucked up now. And now you got the boyfriend, or the ex-boyfriend, who's about to do his hit piece on her, and that's not going to go over well. So it is what it is. And like I said, I don't have a problem with strippers, dude, but like, you can take the stripper off the pole, right? But it doesn't mean you can take the pole out of the stripper. That's what that is. I'm surprised she did that shit. And she can't win. Not the way she's doing it. I saw channels that got a couple of hundred views a video and whatnot, which is unfortunate because they make good videos, to shoot up to tens of thousands of views doing videos on her. That's crazy when you think about that shit. That is absolutely crazy. Oh, as it pertains to Duty, it's my issue with Duty was the way he handled that situation with Miller. And if you think about what Miller said, and trust me, not everything he said and not the way he said it actually worked out. It certainly didn't. But, you know, to all the uploads and whatnot almost kind of seemed kind of spammy, all that stuff, he admitted to all of that, which is some of the stuff that Miller was accusing him of. So, what is it? Like, I can understand that he may not have liked the way Miller said it, but it was true, right? You admitted to that. You go on to that being said, and they call you out for it, and you're like, yeah, you know, it is what it is. I'm guerrilla uploading, whatever it is, which is a DSP term, by the way. But someone else called you out on it, and it's what? And then, here's the major thing I have with that Miller situation. Duty made a community video saying, it was like, I think it was something about him addressing the community. And he said he was going to do this one video and that was going to be it. And I actually believed him when he said it. And then all of a sudden it turned into all this extra shit and whatnot. And that becomes a problem. That's like a ReviewTechUSA thing. I'm going to say something to make myself look in a position to make myself look good, and then all of a sudden I do all this extra shit. It doesn't look good in the long term. It really didn't. It doesn't show, if you're trying to be the face of a community, that's not how the face of the community should be handling stuff. It doesn't pan out that way. It is what it is. And I've heard people say, well, you know, Miller was never one of us, or whatever the case may be. They didn't mind letting him eat at the table. So what was he? You know what I'm saying? I'm just, you know, what was he then? If that's the case. Yeah, Legal Eagle's hella, like, he's hella clean, but it doesn't seem right. No one's that clean. Nobody's that clean. Yes, I've seen some of the bullshit with Only Use Me Blade. It is what it is. Black Doom, I don't know. To be honest with you, I don't watch Duty, so I'm not sure really what he's doing, what he's not doing, to be honest. Like I said, it was just that was my main shit. That's my main situation as it pertains to Duty, though, was that. You know what I'm saying? And then I don't even think he realizes that's the thumbnail that he used for that video mirrors what the old SOK thumbnail used to look like, with Fred Fucks in the middle and then everybody around him. And then what makes it even more ironic and whatnot, in a sad sort of way, is that some of the people that were on Duty's thumbnail were some of the same people who got hit by whoever it was later on down the line. That's kind of wild, if you think about it. And not to say that Duty meant for that to happen, because clearly he didn't. But he also didn't think that situation out very well either. I'm just saying, if you're going to be the face of a community, right, you have to kind of think about the whole, right? You got to think about the whole demographic. If you want to put yourself in that position, it's more than just you. I'm just saying. Something to think about. And don't get me wrong either. I'm not saying that Miller didn't make missteps and whatnot. Jesus Christ! Jesus Christ! Jesus Christ! We made some slip ups. I will say that if Miller had worded it differently, it wouldn't have happened the way. I don't think things would have happened the way it happened. You know what I'm saying? So I get that. But what I'm also saying is the other side of it. They should have also. One side had to be the bigger men about it. That's what I'm saying, right? If you're going to be the face of a community, right, and the people that are around you are backing you as the representative of this community or whatever, or of that community or that clique or whatever you want to call it, then you need to be the bigger man about it. So when you said you were one and done on that video, you were one and done with that situation, that's how it should have been. There shouldn't be a playlist of however many videos are on it. There should be a playlist out on that. And if Miller phases out, he phases out. He said what he said, you said what you said, and then we keep it pushing. But what it really does is it shows that the legacy of Fred Fucks hasn't gone nowhere. And if you push anybody far enough, it's going to be what it's going to be. Look at what happened with Soma Julius Cruz. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, everybody was like, holy shit, so someone did what? And it's like, that dude is human, dude. That dude is human. And if you push someone far enough, who knows what they'll do. Just because you say you're a detractor does not mean that you're not above anything. That doesn't mean you're not above anything. You are just as capable of doing something that DSP does, just like anybody else. And what does that make us? Hypocrites. I don't condone what Soma did, but I understand it. I don't think it was right, but I understand that he would have done it. I wouldn't have done that, but that's me. That doesn't make me a better person. It just means I don't care enough for it. And he shouldn't have either. Actually, let me give you an example to kind of tie that in. Does anybody remember Def Noodles? You remember how Def Noodles fucked around and found out and lost all of his shit? You want to know who he lost all of his shit to? He lost all of his shit to a really small channel. I'm not, shaming them because they're a small channel. He lost everything to a video that had like 3,000 views. That was it. He lost his channel, or he lost his reputation, I should say, to a channel that had a gripe over him. He didn't say, that guy wasn't saying fuck Def Noodles. That guy wasn't saying fuck this and fuck that. He pointed out some glaringly obvious problems and he wanted it to be addressed. That's all it was. That's all it was. It shouldn't have been nothing more than that. Instead, Def Noodles thought he was on his Suzy Lou shit, like he couldn't be touched. He thought he was on his ReviewTechUSA shit, like he was too big for anybody to criticize him. And then he fucked around and found out. And now, Def Noodles has to basically humble himself to the very people who brought his ass down. That's insane to me. That makes no goddamn sense. That makes no goddamn sense. Over what? Over some internet shit? Like, come on, man. The group one is like what was it? You're talking about the group, that group one with the wrestling ring? No. It wasn't a wrestling ring. If you're talking about the thumbnail, it was. No, it wasn't that. It was I can't even name everybody who was on it. I got to dig deep for that. But I can't even really think about who was on the thumbnail. All I know is, you know how like Duty has his well, he used to. I don't know if he uses it anymore. But he has like the news anchor kind of body, and then he has his head as the mug as the head. It was that, and then he had a bunch of you guys like he had like a bunch of your avatars around it and whatnot. And then if you go ahead and take that and you match that up to Fred Fuck's old the SOK's old thumbnail and shit, it's pretty much the exact same thing. And that's what. And once that video came out, that's when everybody got targeted. Well, some of those people got targeted. He should have thought that out better. If you're going to address the community, you don't need to put members of the community in the thumbnail you're trying to address. You didn't need to do that. So it was just bad moves all around. But yet again, you know what I'm saying? That's just a criticism. It is what it is. He shouldn't take that personal. No one should take that personal. So it is what it is. And like I said, yeah, that copyright striking thing, that was, I don't know what Soma got out of that. But it don't matter, because within Soma's own viewer base, like his own fan base, he's going to be fine. So it didn't hurt him. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't really matter. He's had to take his channel down so many times that he's already kind of hurt himself in the algorithm already. Well, he did it because he had to, but you know what I mean. So it is what it is. But it was something that didn't need to happen, is the point. It didn't need to happen. And there shouldn't be scuffs against detractors, but at the same time, though, too, like, I will say this. If you've really gotten out of pocket, something should be said on that. Something should be said on that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that you guys sit there, it's got to be some crazy shit where you got to bully each other and all this other extra shit. That's not the case. I'm not meaning all that. But you should be able to speak on that. Because if not, then it turns into the same hug box bullshit that DSP has. We're literally no better than him. So if we're sitting here taking somebody, whether he was a detractor or not, and try to turn him into a lolcow for shits and giggles, how the fuck does that make us look? And then you already have people that are wary with dealing, or are wary about dealing with detractors already, which has led to this, what do they call it, dent tractors or whatever that shit is, whatever that is. You know what I'm saying? You already have that split. You know what I'm saying? And it wasn't necessary. You know what I'm saying? The guy had some complaints. Was he right about everything? No. The way he delivered it wasn't the best way to deliver it. You know what I'm saying? But most of those complaints were valid. But it is what it is. If there's anything to be gained in anything, there'll always be people that'll take it seriously. You can't stop that. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. And my time and the time that I spent over there in Hater Nation and Girl World has already proven that, amongst other communities, to be honest with you. If there's any bit of power or power, influence, or even money to be made, there's going to be people that are going to dick each other over to get it. It is what it is. The Jeff Laugh situation has gotten a whole lot harder. You can't, let me reword that. It's harder to live by that because people want results. That's what it's come down to. That's where we're at right now in the demographic. I don't know if most of you have realized this, but that's where we're at now. People want to see results. I'm not saying people actually want to see DSP out in the street, suffering or whatever, but people want to see him get his up and comings. And to do so, there's going to have to be sacrifices. And I don't think people are ready for that. You know what I'm saying? So let me pose this to the chat right now. To see DSP finally get what's coming to him, who are you willing to give up? Actually, let me go further than that. Who, or how many, I should say, how many detractors, trolls, haters, and critics are you willing to give up to have that happen? Because someone's going to have to fall sooner than later. Who are you willing to give up? Because someone's going to have to eventually fall. It's just what it is. But Ann had to have known he wasn't going to show his strike history, or he wasn't going to show his strike history for the channel that he allegedly did it on. But even then, what does that prove? The damage was already done anyway. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you going to do? And now you get into some real fuckboy shit. So here, let me give you an example. Bad example, but that's what I do. If I was to go after, who's your favorite? I need 3 people in the chat to tell me who their favorite detractor is. First three I pick are the first 3 that go into my example. Let's see what we got here. Okay, Tevin and Proper. I don't want to go after Proper. I don't want to use Proper like that. Okay, all right. I said first 3. Okay, so and Proper and Tevin. Okay, fair enough. Okay. Jesus Christ, these are actually some people that I like too. Damn, that's okay. I'm gonna do it because I said I was going to. Okay, so Ann, Proper, and Tevin. If I got on some fuckboy shit and I made 3 videos criticizing every little thing that those guys did and whatever. Let's say none of them ever responded back to me, right? But let's say I made 3 videos and whatnot criticizing those guys for whatever. Nothing happens, right? They don't respond. No one cares. They keep pushing. Let's say I just keep making videos on them. Let's just say I just go on a campaign against those guys. Sooner than later, someone's gonna have to answer me. You're just not gonna be able to ignore me. You're gonna have to answer me eventually. One of them do, and then I then I become a fuckboy. And I go ahead and I strike that video down. Or whatever. What are you going to think of me if that happens? I'm someone who has done DSP content for quite a long time. And the moment that I have a problem with someone, instead of reaching out to them and trying to work this out like gentlemen, if you will, I decide to make videos on them. They make videos back, which they have the right to, and then I go ahead and strike their shit down. What the fuck are you going to think of me if that happens? You're going to already think of me as an asshole because I made the videos in the first place when I could have just reached out and talked to them. Now I'm striking videos down because they responded, they defended themselves, they even criticized me in return. It's kind of retarded. That's kind of stupid. Right? But if you push any detractor, if you push any person far enough, and that shit's going to happen. That just is what that is. Now here's where the problem comes into play. And I don't mean the moral fag or whatever the case may be, but let's be honest. How the fuck am I going to do something if I criticize DSP for it? If I criticize Wings for it? If I criticize ReviewTechUSA for it? How do I go about doing that shit? How does that make sense? And more importantly, how do people overlook it? If I made a video, or if I make videos about DSP's pay pigs, and then you find out I'm a pay pig to some other piece of shit, how does that make me look? How would that make anybody look from any community who does content like that? None of us are above criticism. We've all done stupid shit. If you want to prove, right? If you want to prove that we are somehow better than DSP or whatever the case may be, you don't act like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to tell you what to do and what you can't do. I'm not here for that. I don't care enough to do that. But then don't get mad when all this criticism's running around and shit, and all these people are saying all this silly shit, and it's like, what the fuck? Like, shit could have been handled better. And I shouldn't, and that should, no one should be upset that I said that. It's just the truth. You felt a certain type of way about something that some dude said. Cool. Make your response video and move the fuck on. But I'm also going to tell you, as it pertains to that Soma thing, dude, anybody could have done that. Anybody could. You look into the abyss long enough, and that bitch is going to look back. It's like that for anybody. And no one's above that. No one's above that. Especially if you have a track record of doing silly shit. And that was the thing that I said to Ann about Soma. That dude had a history of doing silly shit. This isn't exactly that dude's first rodeo. If anybody remembers the history far enough, the shit that the back and forth he had with Mighty D, like, you know what I'm saying, like, that was some wild shit, like, you know what I'm saying, and whatnot. Like, I Jesus Christ, I still remember that. Fucking A, most people don't, but I still remember that shit. That was fucking crazy. So, like I said, anybody's capable of anything. Exactly. Just take the L. Just take the L and keep moving. It is what it is. Just take the L and keep moving. Well, here's the thing. If you open up, okay, here's the thing about donations or people making money off of like DSP content or whatever. I'm all for that. First and foremost, if you're gonna put the time in, get your coin. You know what I'm saying? And same thing like if you decide to open up a Patreon or whatever the case may be. Speaking of which, I wish Secret Limited would have done that. I honestly wish that Secret Limited would have opened up a Patreon. I would have donated to it. Fuck, I would have told other people to do it too. That man does fantastic content. Fantastic content. And it's content that should be supported. And though I've never spoken to him, and I probably never will, I can say enough about his character that he wouldn't misuse. You know what I'm saying? He wouldn't misuse those funds. Like, you know what I'm saying? He has a history of giving you quality, right? Like when I think of Secret Limited, like here, let me go into a bit of a diatribe here. When I think of Secret Limited, I think of immediately the first thing that comes to my mind is quality. Like you can't match that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like you just can't. Like there's very few people that are blessed with that type of talent. You know what I'm saying? Like there's very few people that are blessed with that type of talent. Who's another one? Like Ludwig World Order. He has some fantastic editing too. There's a lot of guys that do. But like there's something about Secret Limited stands out. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know? Like, and maybe that's the fanboy in me talking, but there's something that's very distinctive about what he does. Like when you watch a top 10 worst moments, right? It's not just a countdown, right? It's a story being told to you, right? You're seeing things. You're seeing things through his eyes as it folds out. He's literally telling you a story within a story. You know what I'm saying? And that's what good editing is. It tells a story. You know what I'm saying? It keeps you engaged. And he gives you just enough to not only keep you on the video, but I think for most people who really care about the lore, it makes you want to go out and find out more about it. You can't teach that. That's just something that people have. That's what, you know what I'm saying? That's just a vision that people have and shit. And like I said, I don't know Secret Limited, so I don't benefit from saying any of this shit. That's just how I feel. That's what real talent is. You know what I'm saying? You can't teach somebody that. Let's take somebody else. What's his name? Fucking A. The dude who fucked over the situation with Dream. John Swan. John Swan. Despite what that guy has done, and Jesus Christ, he's a fucking idiot because he had already called it on the Dream situation. All he had to do was wait for the evidence to come out. That's all he had to do was wait for the evidence. Anyway, John Swan. That dude's editing talent is yet again, it's damn near bar none. That dude's fucking editing is so goddamn clean. It disgusts me. It disgusts me to see John Swan have that type of talent. If I had a quarter of what John Swan had as it pertains to his editing ability, boy, shots fired at people. You don't even want to know. You don't even want to know who I'm going after, and not even going after like that. But I'm just saying, like I would do some amazing shit if I had an ounce of that guy's editing ability. But that's where Secret's talented really lies. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, imagine your editing being so good that you can tell a story that people will wait all year for you to do it again. Do you know how that ridiculous that is? That's absurd. And yet I respect it. I love it to some degree. That's unfortunate. That's just unfortunate. If he does actually end up stopping or whatever the case may be, that's kind of crazy. That's unfortunate though, because that's just ridiculous talent. You know what I'm saying? I think ProleteR, like I said, I think ProleteR's going to pick up the baton though, and you know what I'm saying. ProleteR's been working on his editing for a long time, so if he decides to go for it, I'm anxious to see what he does and how it comes out. Because it's 2000. ProleteR did 2019, I think. Let me see here. Because I want to say Jackal's Lair did 2018. They got a top 10 worst moments in Roblox? That's crazy. That's crazy. Holy shit. Let's see here. Yeah, ProleteR. I was right. ProleteR did 2019. Yeah, because Jackal's Lair did 2018. Big ups. So yeah, like I said, we'll see what happens. But it's a shame though. Like the tractor community is going to be poor for that situation to happen that way. If that is the case, I got to look in that a little further. But that's unfortunate. That is unfortunate. But like I said, if Secret moves on to bigger and better, pastures or whatnot, like I said, that guy's too talented not to be doing it. But that goes back to my point. I'm sorry. If you're putting in that time, especially if you're putting in that type of work, you deserve to be paid for that. Holy fuck, you deserve to be paid for that. And you got to think, those top 10 moment videos are so good that he could garner support, like through Patreon, for example, all year round, all year, because people will pay for that. Now you can't put a price on talent, clearly, but Jesus Christ, you can try. Jesus Christ, you could try. Anyway, but that's my thoughts though. But yeah, I have no problem with people making money off their content. You know what I'm saying? You put the time in, you should earn it. You know what I'm saying? You should earn it. It is what it is. And like I said, and there's going to be people that are going to have a problem with it. You're going to get pushback. You take that for what you will. I'm not for example, if I opened up a Patreon or like a coffee tip, or is it Tip Coffee? Whatever that service is called. If I opened up one of those tomorrow and it's under my videos, dude, if you decide to unsubscribe or stop watching my videos, that's cool, man. I get it. It is what it is. And whatnot. I'm not forcing you to do anything. You decide to, cool. You don't, no worries. And the content's still going to come out. There's no paywall. There's no extra silly shit. There's none of that. The content's still going to flow no matter what. You know what I'm saying? The funds help complement the content. But the content's still going to come out. And I think that, I don't think anybody's trying to, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think anybody's trying to get over on anybody by doing so. I don't know. That's just me. That's just my opinion. Then again, that whole monetize the trolls or monetize the haters thing, I don't know how I feel about that. What's my opinion on Tipster? I think Tipster is being used, and I don't think he cares that he's being used. I don't think much of Tipster anyway, to be honest. I don't have an opinion of Tipster, a good one anyway, of him either which way. But this whole him trying to bow to Keffals, or he thinks Keffals is really his friend, or whatever the case may be, he's being a fool about this. She will get what she needs out of him and leave him high and dry. In almost a similar fashion that Creepshow Art did to him. So you think he would have already known better. Because that Creepshow Art situation was, yet again, real bad optics. He tried to do the right thing, and she came for his neck on it. You know what I'm saying? You gotta pick the people around you better than that. Which goes back to anything else. If you don't know your self-worth, then you're gonna then someone else will dictate that to you, and you're stuck in the story. And he's someone who just hasn't figured that out. I'll check that out, Mr. No Views. I'll definitely do that. I will definitely do that. But that's my thoughts on that's my situation on Tipster. He has a neck. It just happens to be shaped like a bunch of chins. That's mean. That's so mean. True though, but it's mean. Yeah, but he has a neck. It just happens to be shaped like a bunch of chins. That's all. Exactly. Like, name a detractor who's out here promoting any type of support to their channel in a way that's similar to DarkSydePhil. And I can't even say the same, because I can honestly tell you no, but just similar. Like, there's nobody who does that. For all intents and purposes, we know better. You know what I'm saying? We know better. It's just not something. It doesn't work like that, I don't think. And then, like I said, and here's the thing that I think gets lost in translation. It's still a choice. You can choose to do it, or you don't have to. Like, you know what I'm saying? You shouldn't feel like it's being encroached onto your sensibilities. You know what I'm saying? It's not. You know what I'm saying? You shouldn't. Would any of you have a problem? Well, I think Snorpernell is monetized, as they should be. But did any of you have a problem the first time you saw a super thanks on Snorpernell's channel? I'm sure you didn't. Did any of you stop watching because of that? I'm sure you didn't. So then what's the problem? There's nobody out here demanding it. There's nobody doing some crazy LARP about it. You know what I'm saying? If you choose to support it, you support it. If you don't, you don't. Bad Bunny. I don't even know what Bad Bunny's doing these days. Her, Vader. There's another chick too. I don't even know what any of them are doing, to be honest with you. I think Bad Bunny had her moment in the sun though. But she'll go down, like, her name is kind of smeared by DSP too, so that is what that is. That's never gonna go away. That's never gonna go away. Okay, and I agree with this too right here. There's a big difference between AdSense money and then begging people for money. If I put a link down in my description, for example, let me use myself as the example, because I'm already your favorite detractor's least favorite detractor. If I put a tips link in the description of my video, does that fundamentally? I want you to answer me honestly. I'm not gonna. Anybody can answer me. I'm not gonna take nothing against nothing. Does that count as begging? Does that make me a bad person? Does that somehow have you think less of me, if you will? The broadcast comes out just like it's supposed to, always late, never breaking, unreliable coverage that you can't count on. It's the GTG Network and Productions. You're still getting the Snort Report. It still comes out. I'm not holding it hostage. I'm not putting it behind a paywall. I'm not doing any of that. There's just a link down there. If you decide to do it, cool. You don't, you don't. The train is going to continue to keep moving at the same time every couple of days a week, unless something happens. And if it does, I'll let you know. But would you think less of me, or anybody else for that matter, but we'll use me as the example. Would you think any less of me if that was the case? And then we're going to go to the steel toe thing, because I got shit to say about that steel toe shit. She should have stuck to politics, though, to be honest. Bad Bunny should have stuck to politics. I'm not saying her takes were great, but it puts her into the conversation. Like, I would like to see her and Brittany Venti kind of go back and forth, to be honest. a tasteful lick is different than a shaken cup. That's fair. That's actually a pretty fair statement, to be honest with you. Now, when we talk about shaking cup, are you talking about like if I had like an animated cup on my stream? Like, what's that guy's name who does that shit? I think it's Cog. Cog has that animated thing. He's one of the few people who still do that. I don't know. He has a cognac. I gotta say this about Cog because he's an interesting one himself. He has a cognac glass tip jar that is kind of dope. It is kind of dope. And here's the crazy part. He has this cognac tip jar, or a tip or glass, a cognac glass that's fucking sweet, and I'm tempted to find the file for it because I'm sure it's readily available, and speak to Chiyo and see if she can modify that shit with like a Snortbucks logo in it, or well, it'd be Hard Snort Gin and Tonic actually. That's just something to think about because I can actually set something like that up. And you don't have to donate anything. You would just put in like an exclamation point, whatever, and then stuff would flow into it. But then I would have to figure out what I want to flow into it. Because what I'm thinking is, fuck it, I'm about to put my ideas out there and shit. Anyway, I'm thinking about this. There's an animation out there where you can have liquor pouring, right? And if you get enough people, if enough people hit this the same link or put in the same thing in the chat for it. It'll pour it'll be like a continuous pouring of a gin or scotch or bourbon or whatever the case may be. Now there's obviously a little bit more to it on my end, but that would be kind of neat. It would be trollish, and I kind of like that. And then some like cherry emotes in it, maybe a few taco emotes, some bacon. Oh, it can be great. It can be great. All right. But anyway, that's me brainstorming. Don't worry about that. Okay, steel toe. Steel toe. Steel toe. Okay. Steel toe. Now, I got a video coming out tomorrow. Okay, so everything on the main channel, we're back in play, so to speak. So there should be a video out tomorrow. That video was the video that I did back in March. It's the last video before the Side Scrollers podcast. Okay. Now, I did that video a long ass time ago, but I do remember at the end of that video I talked about side scrollers a bit. And it's kind of funny. It's kind of funny because what Craig was saying in that video, and I don't want to spoil it because the video is coming out tomorrow. You can watch it whenever. Let me just say this: if Steel Toe had played their cards a little smarter, they could have built a community. They could have built a DSP community within their own community, and it would have been self-sustaining in their own ecosystem without actually bringing in power watchers or power users of detractor content. And I'm going to leave it at that. They had a nice little thing going if they could have pulled that off, and I think people saw through the grift and it ended up fucking it up. But truth be told, they weren't looking for power watchers or like really heavily entrenched people to detractor content anyway. That's not what they wanted. They literally wanted people who just point and laugh at DSP who don't know a lot about DSP. Right? So their only real exposure would essentially be through them. They would watch detractor content, if you will. But if they were really going to talk about it or really try to engross themselves in it, it was only going to be through Steel Toe. They had an interesting little thing that could have happened if they had played their cards right. I'm going to do a video on that. But I know I talked about it in that side scroller video that you're going to see tomorrow, because Craig was trying to do the same thing, but he just tried to do it in a different way and it didn't pan out, to be honest. But the way side scrollers tried to do it, it might have worked. Or not side scrollers, the way Steel Toe tried to do it, it could have worked. And they would have needed very little what's the word I'm looking for? Very little interaction from the detractor community as a whole. All they need is whoever's videos they were using, and just point and laugh at the day-to-day like shenanigans. No lore, no deep dive into sagas and shit, just the day-to-day funnies. And those people stay for whatever their politics are, or whatever they have to say about Shab, or whatever the case might be. Whereas Craig was trying to bring detractors into the side-scroller community to stay for his content. You'll see what I mean tomorrow. But if Steel Toe had done it right, they could have had a nice little thing going for themselves. What are they doing now? They're still doing their regular political talk, and they talk about some of the day-to-day shit. It's just kind of rinse and repeat. Yeah, they're back on YouTube. They're back on YouTube. They came back like I must have noticed them like a month or two ago. But yeah, they're back on. He hasn't done any DSP content though, not that I know of. But he's still, they still talk about their regular shit that they were doing. And I think they're on Rumble too. I think they're also on Rumble. Yeah. So that's the thing. Yeah, Steel Toe just played their cards. They didn't play their cards right. That's all. They didn't play their cards right. But yet again, it's kind of one of those things where, like, whenever somebody kind of new who's like a normie, if you will, who comes in and starts messing around with DSP content, a lot of people gravitate to them, and it's kind of to be honest, it can be overwhelming, I think, because you got a lot of people coming at you with a lot of lore extremely quickly, and you kind of just got to figure out what the do's and don'ts. And then once money gets into that, people lose their goddamn minds. to be honest, people lose their goddamn minds. So. Still pretty funny though. No, Phil hasn't learned anything from the side scroller thing, but truth be told, I agree with a lot of people where I agree with a lot of people that the side scroller interview hurt him, obviously, but I think it's deeper than that. The side scroller interview is literally the mirror being put back up into Phil's face, and he had to look at it. So, like, how people say, you look into the abyss long enough, that bitch looks back. That's what the side scroller interview was for DSP. He looked into the abyss, and that bitch looked back, and that shit looked back. And I think it fundamentally hurts him, even to this very day, because there's so many glaring problems that DSP has that he overlooks, and now he's kind of stuck with it, and he's stuck with it by his own volition, because he was the one who said, and I quote, "I want this video, I want this interview to be the go-to source for any questions that you have about me." And look at how that shit ended up turning out. Like, you should never stake anything. You should never heavily invest anything on that at all. And that's really what it was. For the first time in a very long time, you saw DSP try to invest in something, and it bust. It basically busted in his face. No pun intended. Pause. That's literally what happened. And he deserves it too. He deserves every bit of it. I am surprised though about how the long-term effects it has on him, because you can see how fundamentally he's hurt, and it's something, and it's not. I don't have that feeling like Cartman when I'm licking the tears and saying, "Yeah, it's so yummy, guys. Tears of depression. It's so hate. So salty. It's so yummy, guys." I don't feel like that. I feel something. This is gonna be petty of me. I feel something far more meaningful than that, if that makes sense. Like me going over that interview. I'm not even fully done with it yet, and then I got all this shit to do afterwards, which is stupid, but I'm gonna do it. I feel something incredibly meaningful that came out of that. And not because, well, I wasn't expecting it first and foremost, but it's not just how they did it, it's not just the way they did it, it's not even everything that it's not even everything that they said or asked him or pointed out to him or whatever. It all comes together in like this perfect cabal for me. You know what I'm saying? It's like, let's use a food analogy because Phil likes to do that. It's like having the perfect steak dinner, right? It's like having the perfect steak dinner with the best beer that I could get my hands on, and then ending it with a cigarette, or not cigarettes. I'm a cigar guy actually. Cigars and like a brandy or a scotch and a bourbon and whatnot, and you're just kind of sitting in front of the fireplace and you're just reminiscing with a friend of yours or something. That's what it was. Like, that's how good it is. Like, you remember that. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's something that sits with you, if you will. That's what that interview kind of holds to me. The repercussions of that interview, I should say, is what it holds to me. Because every day when he looks into that camera, you can see his insecurities. You can see his frailty. You can see, everybody likes to say the mask is off. I don't even look at it like that. You can see a man who's already lost. And he's fighting very, very hard. He's fighting the tears back. He's fighting his frustration back. It's not pride, it's ego. And what's left of his ego is damn near gone. It's really fascinating. I'd have to sit down and really convey my thoughts to kind of articulate it. But it's like that. It's really something amazing. What's up, Jackal? I'm gonna be going over that top 10 worst moments, man, after the 2017. So that's the thing. I'll let you know when I do it, though. I'll let you know when I do it. That was fun. But it's like that. Yeah, when money gets involved, people lose their goddamn mind. They lose their goddamn mind. And to be honest, that's a very human type thing. Like when you're doing something like, but see, here's the problem though. There's a caveat to that. Once you start doing something for profit, right? It becomes, or it can become, it depends on the person. It becomes less fun and more work. Once it becomes more like work, people will notice. People will notice. And that's the thing that people get upset about when you think about content. Especially like paid content or whatever. It almost comes across, it can, for some people, it can come across as if it's being forced. And that's where the problems come to play. The reason why the detractor community, I think, has been the way it is because it is kind of like that fun, we don't take ourselves too seriously type shit. And then when SOK happened, or the fallout I should say, it made people really like kind of think. And then that's when the edict was kind of put out that anybody who does monetized content is bad. And this, that, and the third, which was unfair. And it was short-sighted. But that's a thing. Now, you have people that are more receptive to it. But I think you still have people who are hesitant. You know what I'm saying? To be honest. But then, going back to what I said about Secret Limited, it's not about the money. I can't speak for that man. So I don't mean to keep doing it. But, because I do respect him, so I don't want to speak for him or anything. But it's not about the money. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you gotta, I always looked at the Secret Limited videos. It's really promotion. It's really, you know, when you're that talented, DSP is a stepping stone. And I've told you this. Your content should be a stepping stone to something else that you like, that you enjoy, that's more meaningful to you. And I think that's what the top 10 worst moments are. So when you have something like YouTube, because I'm actually reading about this on another monitor as I'm talking to you guys. When you got YouTube kneecapping you like this, it causes you to really lose your drive for what's fun and what's actually helping you promote. You know what I'm saying? So I get I understand. I understand. Crowbar, man, they came in with a fucking bulldozer in that shit. I think the long term, and here's the crazy part. I don't think. Here's the crazy part. The real repercussions of that interview hasn't even set in yet. Like, it hasn't set in yet. I don't think. There is, and I implore you to do this when you get a chance. If you're working on a project, something for school, something at work or whatever, and you have a couple hours, turn that bitch back on and just listen to it. Don't watch it, just listen to it. And you'll kind of see why I don't think the real repercussions of that interview has really fallen yet. The other shoe hasn't dropped, so to speak. Like, there's something incredibly impactful about that. And there's definitely something that you've probably missed that you didn't think about. Because that's the reason why I rewatch shit. Because there's always something that I'm missing and I have to go back to it. That's why I don't like doing live reactions. Like when DSP's streaming live, I can't do it because I start and stop too goddamn often. You know what I'm saying? Like Meerkat is easygoing, right? Like Meerkat has a nice little chill situation. We're here for the funnies. If something really egregious stands out to him, he'll stop, he'll beat that motherfucker up, and then he gets right back to the stream. I can't do that. When I hear something that's egregious, which is damn near everything that comes out of DSP's snout, no, I gotta yoke DSP up right the fuck away. He's gonna face that wall, and then he knows what's gonna happen, and then I just keep doing it because I'm addicted to doing it. So, so I can't do that on when DSP's doing it live. There's way too many starts and stops. I just can't do it. I know I can't do it. So that's why I leave that stuff for himself, Piece of Peace, Proper, people who have patience. You know what I'm saying? I don't have patience. When I want to cut DSP up, we're cutting him down to the fucking marrow. You know what I'm saying? Holy shit, I have not coughed in a minute. I am very happy about this. You guys don't know. I want to cut DSP down to the goddamn marrow. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna turn his ass into soul food. That's what we do here. So I can't do live reactions to him. It's too much. And DSP is so prone to say so much stupid shit. Fucking A. And I'm very reference heavy. But yeah, if you get a chance, go back and listen to that interview. Just listen to it. You'd be surprised, man. Holy shit. Holy shit, there's so many gems in that bitch. So many goddamn gems. Speaking of which, I saw that Dolphins game the other night. Fuck that game. Fuck that game. That shit was dumb. That was dumb. That's all I can say. That game was dumb. Oh, and I will say this. I will fucking say this. Fucking the Milwaukee Bucks, that team's gonna be crazy. I'm looking forward to see how that shit's gonna play out. That shit's gonna be fun. That team has always been good to watch, but I think that team's gonna be fun to watch this coming season. So I'm looking forward to that. All right, there's your football and basketball moment. Oh no, you're good. Like as it pertains to the 40 minutes, like I said, I must have had like a good 10 or 15 minutes, good 10 or 15 minutes when that shit was just. I was talking, but I was muted. So that's me doing my thing. Yeah, I haven't had a chance to speak about DSP shit in a while. So yeah, I'm just kind of shooting shit. Cat's tear ale. Oh shit. Yeah, some sauteed asparagus. Hell yeah. And some like lobster like lasagna. Oh boy, that's good eating. That's good eating. What's with my mic audio? Well, like I said earlier on, I was muted. I was muted. I had to make an adjustment to it, and I got it, and I thought I had clicked it back on and started talking, and I didn't. So the chat wasn't like moving. Well, it was moving, but I hadn't scrolled up, and so yeah, it was like a good 10 or 15 minutes. I'll make sure there's a timestamp there so people can skip that part later on down the line. Yo, Jackal, as it pertains, and I gotta apologize to you, man, because I feel like I was I was the reason why your particular rendition didn't do well that year, but I just know so much now that I wish I had known back then that yeah, I would definitely like to do another skit, man, for sure. So I'll hit you up. That's something that we can make happen. Absolutely. Absolutely. I have ideas. Maybe. Because I think Phil wants to go back on. I think, honestly, Phil does want to go back on and be, and talk to those guys again. He's just hurt. And he should be. But he's just hurt. It's just like Twitch. He knows he wants to go back to Twitch. But one, I don't think he can. I know he can't get. He can't. I'm sorry. He can't get managed partner. He could probably go back and get affiliate, but I'm thinking also maybe he can't, because if that was the case, he'd have done it by now. Because Wings would have. Wings definitely would have, and he says he can't. So, but then I just heard that. I just read it on Twitter. Yes, Phil, I read it on Twitter that they're gonna all accounts, or at least most accounts, I should say, because Mitch somebody can't get his account back. Anyway, all banned accounts on Twitch are gonna get unbanned. They're gonna give people a second chance. Now that doesn't mean that's gonna help DSP or Wings out because they're not banned. They're demonetized. What I do think though is maybe if they reapply for monetization, they might actually get it. They're just not gonna get managed partnership. Who's going to DSP's house? Tyrone. The usual suspects. I'll say that. The usual suspects. I think, I don't know what the statute of limitations is as it pertains to that bankruptcy, but I would really like to have another judge look over his case. I really would. I don't think anything can happen at this point, but like I said, I don't know what the statute is on it. But I would have liked to have someone go back over that case. And yet again, that's pig luck, to be honest with you. If that was anybody else, that wouldn't have happened, I don't think. It's just the time and place. Just time and fucking place. Yeah, you gotta use everything. You gotta use everything. And that's the thing about DSP. Like, that's the reason why there's such a large demographic of DSP detractors, is because there is no waste, if you think about it. Like, there is nothing... Okay, how do I word this? There is nothing about DarkSydePhil that you can't make content on. And I mean that. And if you don't believe anything else that I've ever said to you, believe that. There's nothing that you can't make content on that DSP does. And DSP knows it. And DSP knows it. But he can't help himself. He is what he is. Oh shit, is that good? That cherry maple beef jerky? Unless that's a joke, which I'm going to be incredibly hurt if it is. But if that's a thing, I am... Oh shit, it is a thing. Ew, I want to try that. That might be delicious. Oh, and we're getting to the fall season too, so that's Snurbuck's pumpkin spice, son. Ooh, with a bit of cherry drizzle. Oh, this is gonna be good. Oh, this is gonna be so good. Okay. That's me geeking out. Do I think DSP will get a divorce? Or do I feel from his... as I said earlier, but I don't mind repeating myself because that's all I do. I don't think DSP is getting a divorce because what's Catherine going to do and where's she going to go? You know what I'm saying? Like, unless Catherine pulls a Panda and she has a friend in Washington State, preferably in the Seattle area, that she can go to and stay with them until she figures out what her next move's going to be, where else is she going to really go? You know what I'm saying? She's kind of in a double-edged sword type situation. If they get a divorce, Catherine could very well get the house. The thing is, would she be able to maintain the house? And I don't think so. I don't think she's had it too easy for too long, that I don't think she's just going to get up and be like, okay, I'm going to get myself a full-time job and I'm going to go ahead and be able to do that. What I think she would do is sell the house. There's a problem. She can't sell the house because of all the problems that the damn thing has. It's literally a flop house at this point. It's a shack. You know what I'm saying? You got broken bathrooms, you got broken floors, you got broken sinks. You know what I'm saying? The house probably smells horrendous. And after a while, at least so what I'm told, people just get used to it. And so that's the thing with Catherine. Some people just have it fucked up and they're just okay with it. Because if she had a better option, I'd like to think she would have exercised it at this point. But that's just me though. That's just my thoughts. So I don't think it's a divorce thing. It's definitely a money thing, clearly, but at worst, it's one of his parents, maybe his mother. At best, if there is a best in that, he's probably sick, if anything else, because he doesn't look very good, to be honest with you. Like, he doesn't look healthy. Let's say that he doesn't look very healthy, and he's getting worse. I'm not sure if you've noticed that, but he's progressively getting worse. And that shaking, or that shaking that he has, as I said earlier on, I think that really comes from alcoholism more than it's like a tic or whatnot. Because you kind of see that with Nick Rekieta too, where he's starting to shake. His shake is starting to become more pronounced. And people used to think it was a tic, but I've watched a lot of Nick Rekieta. He never shaked like that. So I'm not saying anything about anything, but it don't look good. You're absolutely right. If DSP does go back to Twitch, it's never going to be the way it was. I will say he will, if it's like 500 or 600 subs or membership, well, subs, I should say, he'll be able to hit that and maintain it because of the gifted sub situation. So he'll be able to maintain that. But the way money's cut up over there, I think it may have gone back to the way it was, or maybe it's like that for a select few. I don't remember. But I know the money's getting cut up differently, and the environment's a bit different, to be honest. And that heavy monetization or moderation shit that he does, it's not gonna fly over there. Not like that. He's gonna have to open himself up, to be honest. But if I have to be completely honest with you, his time on YouTube is probably giving him some form of PTSD. So going back to Twitch, he's not gonna know how to act, and he's already incredibly paranoid because of his time on YouTube. Going back to Twitch is going to scare him because any little thing he does, he snorts in the wrong way, he feels like he might get banned. So that's where the problems are. And that right there, now that you brought that up, Robert, thank you very much for bringing that up. Prayer hands. I was thinking how DSP was begging his audience to try to find him another merch shop or whatever, like a Teespring or whatever. That's not actually what he's looking for. What he's looking for is someone that can protect him. So let me reword that. He's looking for a place that does merch, but he's looking for a place that does merch that will protect him from his trolls. That's why he's starting off the conversation with, I've got all these heavy trolls, they're trying to fuck me over, yada 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 yada, and he was surprised that no one would reach it back out to him. Well, that makes a lot of sense because who wants that type of baggage? So let me give you an example. Let's say I go to Chiyo, I go to Sunspot Gallery, I go to Super Sloth Pants, and I go to, let's pick someone out of the chat. Somebody random. That's not really random if I'm still scrolling through. let's pick Donut. Let's pick Donut. And let's pick Donut. And let's say I go to all four of you, and I say, hey guys, I want to make some merch or whatever the case may be, and and I have some great ideas, I have some great designs and all this. I got one little snag, one little problem that could fuck all this up. I got this devoted group of fucking mentally ill idiots that will target me at any given time and shit. And they might smear you on social media, and they might hinder you in other ways and stuff like that. They may make troll orders and then cancel through their credit cards and do shit like that. Which I'm not trying to give anybody ideas, but that is something that you can do. Someone discovered that a couple years ago, that you can order through Teespring. You can order a bunch of shit. I shouldn't say this. Fuck it. You can order. There was a time that you could order through Teespring, and you could get like a minimum of, let's say, like a minimum of like 10 shirts or whatever. Have it sent to you, and literally cancel the order before it actually gets to your house. And theoretically, it was still yours to keep. It's kind of fucked up. Because truth be told, they should have charged you. They should have put the money on hold and then charge you once the package is delivered, kind of like what Amazon does. But for a time, Teespring wasn't doing that. I don't know why, but it was a thing. So anyway, I don't know if it's like that anymore. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Whatever. I'm not trying to give nobody any ideas, but I thought it was funny. I go to one of these. I go to one of you four. Or I go to all four of you, and I tell you that I have this ongoing problem, and still expect you to do business with me. Clearly, that's not what I'm asking for when I'm saying I'm wanting to do business with you, because it's they're all open platforms. I'm basically telling you this so you'll overlook any type of complaints, any type of issues or problems that I'm going to have along the way. That's what I'm asking you guys for. I'm asking you for amnesty, basically. And that right there, ladies and gentlemen, harkens back to what he said to Curse when Curse was trying to drop him. If any of you guys remember your lore, you know what I'm talking about. When Curse basically gave DSP the boot, he said the reason why they were getting rid of him is because all of the troll reports were outweighing what he was bringing in. I think that's true to an extent, but that's not the actual truth. If we look behind the snort, what he's really saying is he wasn't making them any money and he was being a liability. That's essentially what he was saying. There's always I've been pondering this for a while, that there's a snort within a snort, if you will, right? Like, you know how people say DSP talks out of both sides of his mouth or both sides of his snout or whatever? If you really listen to what DSP is saying, his real agenda is within what he's saying. So I call it a snort within a snort, or a phantom snort, if you will. So that's really what that was. Well, here's the thing. As a business, are any of the four of you going to sit there and be like, well, yeah, sure, we still want to do business with you? You'd be fucking stupid. You'd be fucking stupid. And when I say do business with him, what I'm saying is you will respond back to his message saying, that's no problem, Phil. We'll work it out. No. If he wants to continue and come onto the platform, then you let him. If he gets in trouble, you drop him. And that's not what he wanted. He wanted security. He wanted what's the word I'm looking for? He wanted insurance. Well, he wanted insurance, but he wanted insurances. He wanted to be reassured that he was going to be protected. And no company's going to give him that. It's not worth it. It's just not worth it. Holy shit, it's not worth it. So that's his problem. And you can't, in business, let me use those same four people. Let's say I come to all four of you and I'm like, yo, I have a great idea, man, for making a bunch of merch, this, that, and the third. This is how I want it designed, so on and so forth. I'm open to suggestions or whatever the case may be. These are the sizes that I'm looking for, and so on and so forth. I'm coming to you with a plan, right? You're not sitting here having to coach me on something. You're not sitting here asking me, okay, well, what do you have? What are you thinking about? Whatever. I have an idea, and I have a plan to execute. Excuse me. And I already have it laid out in my head. That right there holds far more value than someone who's basically coming to you with their head in their hat saying, I want to do merch, but I don't know what I want to do. I don't know how it's going to look. I don't know how the sizes are. Yada, yada, yada. And that's DarkSydePhil in a nutshell. He's someone who doesn't have a plan. He has an idea of what the payoff is. He doesn't have a plan for the work that it's going to take to get to that. If that makes sense. Right? Like, some of you may have heard the old additive that no one plans to fail. Everybody just fails to plan. That's literally DSP in a nutshell. He doesn't plan to fail, but he'll blame everybody else when he does fail. And that's his fault. So you can't go to a business and say that you have problems or you have liabilities. Who's going to want to deal with that? That's literally stupid. It's beyond stupid, honestly. But that's the dumbest thing in the world. Because now you're making their job harder than it needs to be. What he should have done is just go to them like any other client, get them set up, and then produce. That's the thing. Produce. Produce a good product. Produce the sales. Because people will work with you if they see you putting in the effort. If they see that you're willing to work for the results. If you're not willing to do any of that, then you're a waste of fucking time. And I will be brutally honest with you. Because trust me, I work in an office with fucking sharks and whatnot. They give no fucks at all. If you cannot keep up, you're in the way, and if you get in the way, you're food. You're food. So if some of you ask why am I so brutal, that's the reason why. That's one of the reasons why. Like, you know what I'm saying? You cannot, but at the same time though too, I have a level of understanding. I don't have sympathy for like Phil, right? Like I'm not like Ann. Like, you know what I'm saying? I know I go at Ann a lot and whatnot because I kind of already see what's going to happen later on down the road. But I'm not going to ask him to change either because that makes him not who he is. But you can't have sympathy for DSP. You can point and laugh, certainly. But if you're going to get into these deep waters, ladies and gentlemen, there's no time for fuckery. There isn't. You show DSP an inch of fucking mercy, of weakness, he will take advantage of it. And I know, we're all detractors, he can't touch us, this, that, and the third, yada, 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 he wouldn't do that, blah, 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 blah. Do not underestimate what anybody will do. Ever. Ever. Not even me. I am your favorite detractor's least favorite detractor. Do not ever put anything past me, as you shouldn't do with anybody, to be honest. But damn sure don't do it for Phil. And if I'm willing to tell you that, then you damn sure shouldn't give DSP the benefit of the doubt. If I get pushed far enough, well, let's cut the shit. If I push far enough, you don't know what I'll do. What you do know is I won't do it to someone that I give a shit about. What you don't know is who I don't give a shit about. So think about it this way. If you follow me for any period of time, if you've seen and heard the shit that I've said about Phil and how far I've been willing to push this shit verbally, what the fuck do you think I would do to someone who I don't like? That I really don't give a fuck about? And that's a brutal thing to say. And that doesn't paint me in a good light, but I don't want it to. Just like when I told Ann, however long ago it was, during the Soma shit, that I didn't want, that if I'm in trouble, don't help me. I meant that. Because that's nothing against him. But if someone like Soma could take his kindness and do what he did with it, what the fuck do you think someone like me would do with that? I don't know Soma personally. Who am I to say if he's not a good person or not? That dude could just had a bad day. A lot of things could have happened. That dude is human. That dude is human. You know what I'm saying? You don't know what that guy was going through at that time. That doesn't justify what he did. But you don't know what that guy went through, or what he was going through, or whatever the case may be. And that should be a lesson learned. DSP hasn't done anything to deserve mercy. That's really what the problem is. He hasn't done anything to deserve mercy. And and just about anybody and everybody who's shown him kindness, they've gotten fucked over, which is it's phenomenal to me. I don't understand how that happens, but it happens. So it's a thing. And I gotta say, 00, since our last conversation as it pertains to wings, I think I still keep my same stance, but I do. I have a better understanding of where you were coming from the last time I spoke to you. I will say that. So big ups. I do have a better understanding of what you were talking about. It's not about. I mean, if this shit gets me put at the wrong side of the table, gets me put at the wrong side of the table. At least I was honest with you. You know what I'm saying? At least I was honest with you. Give me a second. Know this, and this is essentially to anybody. If I come for you, I'm going to be very upfront about that. There's no point in hiding. There's no point in doing this, that, and the third. It's none of that bullshit. If I decide to come for you, I'm going to come for you. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Now, when I mean that, I'm not saying bringing the fight to your front door. I don't mean all that. But what I do mean is that, like, if I have an issue, man, I have no problem with being up and out front with it. To be honest, like especially if I'm really willing to go there with it. Here's the thing, though, too, as it pertains to John. I honestly think he wants to apologize to John, too. I really think he does. I think he's scared that John's going to put it out there and somehow embarrass him. And I don't know why I feel that way, but that's how I feel. I feel it because think about how DSP talks about every time I think an opportunity comes up, I get fucked over. Every time I trust someone, I get fucked over. Snort. I think he honestly wants to apologize to John. I think he wants to tell John everything that he believes John wants to hear, but he still thinks that John's going to stab him. That's what I honestly think. Or John's going to make him bleed at the very least. Which is a sick way of looking at things, to be honest with you, Phil, if that's really the case. Just apologize to that man. The relationship that you guys had will never be what it was, but that doesn't mean it's not worth salvaging. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know. Maybe that's me. I don't know if I say it's just raw, no bullshit. It's just okay. This whole thing about we as detractors are supposed to have this, like, we're supposed to be this united front, right? And everybody's kind of, I wouldn't say everybody's on the same page, but we're supposed to be this united front. There's no infighting, all that bullshit. That's clearly not true, right? Because you're going to have people disagree. Usually it's over nothing, but you're going to have people that disagree, right? And you're going to have people who are going to have criticisms of maybe not you personally, but maybe something that you said. Or maybe they disagree with you on the meaning of something that Phil said, or whatever the case may be. That's going to happen. You know what I'm saying? That's going to happen. But I've seen good people. I've seen people who said they were friends and shit go at each other because they didn't know exactly how they wanted to handle a particular situation that involved Phil. Like, you know what I'm saying? And it didn't... And it was kind of like, why did it have to even be like that? You know what I'm saying? Like, that didn't need to happen, honestly. Like, you both were two reasonable people, and that right there, you could have just agreed to disagree. You know what I'm saying? You could have just agreed to disagree. But it didn't need to turn into what it did. It didn't have to become that. But it did. And for whatever reason. It's unfortunate and whatnot. at times, the old cows bring us together, to be honest. I'll tell you this, LTG is going to have himself a harder and harder time getting himself back at Evo the way he keep fucking around, boy. Gotta tell you. Fucking A. I don't have a problem. I do agree. Trust your gut, man. But Jesus Christ, like you just kind of, you gotta trust your gut, man. But you gotta use your head. You gotta use your head. Like, you gotta be able to think in the long term. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like here, let me give you an example right now. 007, name the top 3 guys in your community, man. I think I already know it, but I'd like to hear your opinion on that. Who's the top 3 guys in your community, my dude? Now, his ban, sorry, my bad. Low Tier God's ban, that's a 7-day ban, yeah? Or is he already back in pocket? Oh, he's already come back to Twitch. Okay. Oh no, he's been banned 2 times. Yeah. Damn, actually, I thought it was 3. Only 2? I gave him way too much credit. I thought that motherfucker got banned 3 times already. Since he's come back, I didn't know it was just 2. Holy shit, silly son of a bitch. Okay. Okay. So Sean Ranklin, Yolo Dopper, and Gulag, I'm pretty sure. Okay, fair. Okay, that's a fair play. Okay. If I stepped to, let's see, I'm gonna go. Damn, that's a tough one. Damn, all 3 of those guys make really fucking good content. That's gonna be rough. Damn, Double O, that's gonna be a hard one. Who do we go after? Fuck. That's gonna be hard. Fucking A, man. Okay, let's say that I get a conversation with all four of you. Alright? And let's say that let's say we just had a disagreement. Like, I thought I have a particular thought as it pertains to wings, and let's say Sean Ranklin doesn't agree, let's say Yo Dopper does agree, and let's say you and Gulag don't. Okay? I respect all you guys. It was a conversation. If you guys ain't feeling what I'm saying, you're not feeling what I'm saying. No problem. If I still believe in what I'm saying, I'm still going to go with it. I'm not going to fight you over my opinion. That's just something that I'm going to hold on to. That isn't enough for me to go at any of you personally because of that. If that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, we can agree to disagree, and we can still go along being cool. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't care enough if you don't see things from my point of view. You know what I'm saying? That's just my opinion. If you don't agree with it, that's fine. You know what I'm saying? But we can keep it moving. You know what I'm saying? We can still be cool. I think that some people forget that. And I think if they feel like they back down or whatever the case may be, it makes them look weak or whatnot. The weakest person, there is no weakness in walking away. You know what I'm saying? No one's telling you to back down. But if people don't agree with you, then just let it go. You know what I'm saying? Figure out something else. You know what I'm saying? No matter what. It's just not worth all the extra. It's just not worth all the extra. I can't think of not one detractor that I've ever wanted to go at their neck on. I just can't think of that. And I've had my disagreements with quite a few detractors, but I never thought anything differently of it. I mean, we agree to disagree. Dude, most of the people in my chat disagree with me on certain stuff. It's no big deal. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. People can't agree with you on everything, and it sharpens it. Because maybe at the end of the day, you may not disagree exactly with what I said. It might be how I said it. Or maybe how I articulated it, I should say. I don't know. It could be like that. No worries. I'm about to wrap it up. It's been fun talking to you guys. Like I said, the video will be out tomorrow. Let me take a look here. Yeah, I can agree. Well, I don't know. The few guys that I've talked to, I haven't really talked to any really big names in the Wings community. And no one who I'd be willing to say their name out front right now, at the very least. But I can understand that. That I would say that you have a lot of the guys on the detractor side are pretty cool to talk to. I can see that. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with agreeing to disagree. And I agree, I said that does make us different. Could Howard ever forgive Phil? I think Howard's already let it go. I think Howard was more willing to go for the jugular, which is what I respect him for. But I don't think he harbors any hatred over it. Like, he's really more mad that on Howard's word, he brought a friend in to do this shit with Phil. And Phil ended up fucking all of them in the end. I think that's where a lot of his anger really comes from. It comes from the fact that he put his word and his trust out there on the merit. He basically put his word out, and someone on the merit of his word came and worked with Phil, and Phil fucked them all. I think that's what it is with Howard. I can understand that. What is my opinion on that cup noodle thing? That cup noodle thing shows his incompetence, and he hates it. You know what I'm saying? First off, you're sick. Okay, let's say you're sick, right? Like you got a cold or whatever. Motherfucker, get some canned soup. And I don't mean that $60 soup that fucking King Cobra made recently. I mean, get yourself some motherfucking canned soup. get a fucking spoon and eat that bitch. Instead, you ate some fucking heavily saturated, salt-flavored fucking ramen. And instead of, if you wanted to really drink the broth, right? If you really want to give that to Phil, you could have picked up the cup and did so. Instead, you try to eat noodles with a fucking spoon? And then not even with hot water. You use lukewarm water. Because that's kind of what a Brita or a Keurig, that's kind of, if you pull water out of it that way, it's not hot. It's like warm. And that's how he chose to go about it. Which was already kind of stupid. And then you couldn't even pour water from a cup into another cup. Like, we fucked up on doing that. Like, the incompetency through that whole video is fucking gold. And I have no problem with anybody mocking him over it. Fuck Phil on that bullshit. Fuck Phil on that shit. If you can't tell me after watching that video of DSP trying to do that shit that he's not on the spectrum, you can't tell me that. You just can't. You can't. How do we fuck up taking water from a water cup or a teacup or a coffee mug and pouring it into another cup? I don't care that he tried to film it all with one fucking hand. How do we fuck up something that basic? How? If a fucking chimp can take a fucking stick and put it into a termite mound and pull it out and eat termites off of it, this fucking idiot should be able to pour water from one cup to another. You can't tell me that I'm wrong about that. I mean, you could, but like, come on, dude. Like, what the fuck? Oh my god. It's mind-numbing. It really is. Like, I've watched DSP content, and after I was finished, it made me question shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I have... You can ask Asian GTG about this. I have questioned if I had too much faith in mankind because of DSP. I've honestly done that. That's just astounding. It's just astounding to me. Holy shit. I haven't seen the incest take yet, to be honest with you. I will say this. His relationship, or what his perceived relationship with Melissa, always sounds sus to me. And I will leave it at that. I will leave it at that. I will leave it at that. Because his attachment to her, if you listen to like the old story, about the whole giving the nun the perfume, but the perfume actually belonged to Melissa, and their mom and Phil's mom got mad at Melissa, so took the perfume from her, and then Phil somehow got his hands on it and gave it to the nun. None of that sound right. It just sound weird. Like, you know what I'm saying? And yeah, you could say he's a kid, and this, I don't know, that whole shit sounds strange. That whole shit sounds just strange. It just sounds weird. So fucking weird. Huh. Imagine that. That's weird. Why did it do that? That's... Oh, I'm gonna have to look at the script on that one. That's weird. I've never seen it do that before. Okay, so yeah, that's probably, I haven't seen the incest one yet. I will strive to put it into my agenda. I heard Jaha was on one of the recent episodes of That Being Said. I'm sure he had a good take. I will say this though, I saw, I think it was from the DSP React channel, where he was reacting to Justin Wong laughing at, well, not laughing at it, but Justin bringing up that DSP trying to act all hard, but then, you know, he got beat up, this, that, and the third. If you listen to DSP's reaction to that, DSP blatantly said, well, which situation was it? There was many. And I've already told you that shit. So, because Jaha has put the pressure on him twice. There was the time with Mike Watson, and I want to say it was the other time with Shady K over the money match situation. Then you have the situation with Viscant. You have that situation, and I'm looking at it now. I need to ask Proper, maybe he remembers it. I want to tell you there was a fourth situation where he ain't fucked around with them West Coast boys, and he almost got his shit pushed in, and I can't remember when it was. I'm gonna have to look, but he's habitually stepped over the line with the West Coast players a bunch of times, and the fact that no one ever pressed him surprises me. It really does. I have, Hermit. I certainly have. This is here. Now that you brought that up, let's talk about that Nazi haircut that he keeps getting from his stylist or whatever the case may be. He needs to say something to her. Like, I don't want. I see the memes where people say she's doing that shit on purpose. Maybe he really thinks it looks good. Maybe because she's told him it looks good. Maybe he likes the way she runs her hair, her hands through his hair. What little he has left, I don't know. But he needs to do something different. Because it literally looks like the old SS haircuts and shit. That shit fucking fucks with me. How do you? I know there's someone who looks at him in that salon. What's it called? Twirls and Curls, or whatever the fuck it's called. Someone is looking at him and being like, "Is that Schindler's List?" I swear to you, I know someone does. Someone has to see that shit and think that. That shit's so crazy. No, you're right. You can't. You definitely can't put a lot of stock in DSP stories, at all. At all. He lies about everything. But I will say this though. When Melissa left, when she finally ended up leaving the house or whatever the case may be, whatever the circumstances may or may not have been, you can tell DSP's hurt by that. Like he feels like he was abandoned. I picked up on that vibe anyway. And that's like on some real shit. That's not even me laughing. Yeah, he does. Yeah, this is ironic because we're talking about Israel. Yeah, he do. That shit kind of looks like the old Hydra Kimmler type shit. It looks kind of like some of that. I mean, granted, their fades are a little bit cleaner and it's a little bit higher up. But then again, DSP has this weird looking shaped head too. But yeah, that's kind of what this shit looks like. He should not get his hair cut that way. He really shouldn't. At this age, he should kind of have an understanding of where his style should be. It's fascinating watching him do that shit. It looks great. Oh shit. Yeah, that haircut looks horrible. Absolutely horrible. I kind of wish Kat would say something to him, but I'm kind of glad she don't. I'm kind of glad that she don't. I've seen this picture. Zach, I've seen that picture. I certainly have seen that picture. I saw that bitch right on Google. That shit's hilarious. Also, I don't know who it is, by the way, but big ups to whoever it is that keeps editing DSP's. Sorry, the Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo Evo 2005 results. I don't know who it is that keeps editing that, but big ups to whoever it is that keeps editing that. That shit's hilarious. That shit is so hilarious. Addiction just seems to run through that family, though, to be honest. But that's what I'm saying, though, too. That's kind of like the main point. Like I said, there's so much shit that you could do on DSP's or what you can do with DSP content. It's kind of crazy. Does Wing's family dislike him? His mother does. His mother dislikes the shit out of him. As for his sister or his brother, I couldn't say, to be honest. He sounds like he's close to his sister, even before he married Kelly. But that's just what I interpret. I don't know so much about his brother, but I know his mother hates the shit out of him. His mother hates the shit out of him. If his mother croaks, he's out. He's he's out of that module mansion for sure. Because I I still don't understand how the fuck do you pay for something 3 goddamn times and you don't own it. I just don't get it. You know what I'm saying? I love my mother to death. I would reduce the world to ash for that woman at a mere utterance. She's not gonna sit there and have me pay for something 3 goddamn times I don't own it. That's just not what happens. That's just not what's gonna happen. That's just some wild shit. How do I know this mother hates the shit out of him? The way she treats him, and mainly how he talks about money, especially in the earlier days, and what she was asking from him, and like he dropped everything for her essentially. You know what I'm saying? We're talking money for a restaurant, talking about God knows what kind of pocket money he was slinging out to her, and then more importantly, dude, you think your mother or your father, anybody who cares about you, if you took over the mortgage for a house, a mobile mansion, whatever it is, once you pay for that bitch once, do you think they would really have you pay for it 2 more times? What parent would have their children do that? Even if he has money like that. And truth be told, she could have asked him for that money directly, and she'd have given it to him, or he would have given it to her. She did that on purpose. No mother treats their kids like that. Holy shit, no mother treats her kids like that at all. And just the way that if you look, well, you gotta go back in the old videos, and most of those channels sadly are gone now. But if you look hard enough, you can find it. Just the way that he speaks of her, he sounds like a child who still is trying to live up to his mother's expectations and has failed miserably at it, and it hurts him deeply. And because of that, is why his relationships are the way they are. And unfortunately, I got way too much Snortbucks in there. Unfortunately, that's actually kind of sad, because almost every relationship he's been in has been a failure because he didn't recognize his place within that situation. Those women were never there for him because they loved him. It was merely what he was doing for them. And the fact that he couldn't identify that, he has no right to sit there and tell Boogie, oh, you know how Boogie attracts women? He pulls out money. You're just as much of a simp as he is. You just as much of a sucker as he is. So you have no right to say any of that. But that's just my opinion. Unpopular opinion, I like the red fedora. I'd have to pull up a picture of it to see it. I have to pull up a picture of it. I'll co-sign on to that with you, though. Hum along, cause you know what I'm saying? Because you've been down for a minute, so I'll co-sign on that with you. I need to see it though. Well, here's the thing. Did you ever think about, to be honest, why Wings has a problem with addictions in general? And I don't know what kind of... I can't say that it had a personal effect on Wings, but then I'm lying. Because I think he looks at his brother, and his brother's addiction, I should say, taking attention away from him. And what I mean by that is, going through that addiction, he's even said that his mother really tried to, get his brother all the help that he needed, and this, that, and the third. Well, that pulls away from Jordy. Because Jordy has had an eating problem for a long time, but he doesn't have a drug problem. He don't have an alcohol problem, and she ain't showing him that type of love and affection. She doesn't show that type of concern. And so I think Wings is resentful of that. And that right there is, that's just an assumption, of course. But I don't think I'm too far off the mark either. Hello. Am I familiar with who? No, Mr. Views, I am not. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Actually, I can't say that I am. I can definitely look up, I'm sure there's a troll video or two out there I can find that would bring that into effect. But no, I'm not familiar with that. But let's give me. I'll take a screenshot of that. That'll be someone to look into. Why does any parent? Well, first thing, I don't understand the concept of a parent not liking or hating their children. Of course, that is something that happens. Why does she hate him? I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you. It's maybe the. This is just me assuming, of course. It's very possible that a lot of Wing's self-esteem problems and issues comes from her. To be honest, you know what I'm saying. The kid, he's been heavy his whole life, and he's never really tried to fix it, if you will. And so, I wouldn't be surprised if his mother's basically just shat on him every day about him being fat and this, that, and the third. That's why, in a lot of ways, Gangster Grandma was a saving grace to him. And that's why it pisses me off that when that woman needed him most, he wasn't there for her. Matter of fact, Red Knight, this isn't you. You've just helped me remember something. Wings talked about recently about Kelly's dad, maybe? Or one of Kelly's relatives being in the hospital. Excuse me. So they went out there to see him. Stayed in the hospital with him, because I think Wings was playing something while they were there. They were there for a long ass time. And the first thing that came to my mind, and this is not a woman that I'm related to, this is not even a woman that I know, but the first thing that came to my mind was when Gangster Grandma was sick, and he wouldn't go to the hospital to see her. And then it came to my mind again, I remember when Gangster Grandma was dying, and he wouldn't see her. And then I remember Gangster Grandma's funeral, and he wouldn't go to that either. So you would go to your father-in-law's hospital bed and support the family there, but you wouldn't do that for your own family? And then going back to the question that you asked, he's constantly trying to fight for the approval and the affection of his mother. His grandmother gave him all of that in spades, and you just let that woman die. And what I mean, you let that woman die, I mean, you, in her last moments, when she was calling for you, you weren't even man enough to step up there for her. And yet she was always solid for you. There are clips on troll channels where you can find videos of him going to grandma's house and asking for money. There are plenty of clips out there. Sean Ranklin had a bunch of these, where Gangster Grandma was constantly coming into that room. Hey, are you okay? Do you want something to eat? Do you want something to drink? Are you okay? Do you need anything? Constantly. She was constantly doting on him. She was constantly making sure that he was okay. And then when it was his time to show that back, he was nowhere to be found. Fuck Wings. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. I cut a little deep there. There probably is. Like I said, whether I'll find out about that, Red, I'm not sure. But it's something that I'm enduring to get to the bottom of, to be honest. Wings will talk about it eventually. But that's a good series of questions on your part, though. I appreciate that. And it's one of the few things that Wings does that I can't let slide. Because he owed her that. He owed her that. I couldn't see anybody making a movie about a lol cow. If they did, that'd be crazy. Documentaries are hard enough as it is, to be honest. But see, that's the reason why there's such an appeal for lol cows, to be honest, is because I think that's actually a fair point. That's actually a fair point, Red. Allow me to hold off on that question, because yet again, no, I can't say that I fully understand why his mother hates him. I can't. I really can't, because I don't think the gangster grandma thing bothers her in the same way it bothers me. To be honest with you, that's not a thing. That's not a thing. So I don't know. I want to think about that further, though. Like I said, you've definitely provoked thought, and I very much appreciate that. What does Derek know about a lap dance? Isn't Derek like on some type of porn blacklist or some shit? Right where his ass belongs, to be honest. At least that's where he should be. Yeah, and actually I agree with that. That Wings' mom is a big piece of shit. Absolutely. Dude, he's a lol cow. He's a fucking lol cow. And what do I expect? Speaking of which, fuck, I can't think of it now. There was a question I had about lol cows a while ago. I can't think of it at the moment. It'll come to me. It'll come to me. I mean, it better come to me soon, actually, because we coming up on my time limit. So it'll come to me. How do you get on a porn blog list? You ready for this? Because I actually looked. If you harass any porn star long enough, that can happen. Like Derek is already, I can't remember the model's name. I think that's what they call them in the industry. But he was like banned off on like all of her accounts, like all of them. I don't even know how that's possible. I don't know how you ban somebody like that unless they were issuing an IP ban, and you can't issue an IP ban for a porn site through Twitter. The last time I checked, but I could be wrong. But he was banned from like all that nonsense. I heard a rumor though that he was on some type of porn block list or some shit. And like I said, I would assume if it's true, it's because you're harassing the models or actresses, however they want to word that. He takes that shit. There's something very eerie about when Derek does that shit. Like at first, when I first saw it, I used to think it's funny, and it sounds harmless, right? This should sound familiar to you because people say the same thing about Cobra. It sounds harmless. The problem is, I don't know about you, but I couldn't keep. I don't know why I would want to, because I'm not sleeping with any of them. I don't know how you could keep that many actresses in your head like that. Like, have any of you guys actually seen Derek interact with with people on Twitter? Like, that dude has almost like an encyclopedia type fucking memory when it comes to porn stars and shit. Like, that's on some kind of next level shit. And it's kind of fucking eerie. But more importantly than that, what you see on Twitter is what you see on Twitter. You don't know what he's doing on those cam sites. You don't know what he's doing on other porn platforms. And you know he's on there. So you have really no clue what the fuck that guy's doing. Or what he's thinking. All I do know is when they found that playlist of all those kids that he had on YouTube, burn him with fire. Now. Now. Holy shit. Burn that son of a bitch with fire. Okay, let's see, Red. So if you were Wings, what would you do about your mother? I don't think you can simply cut her out of your life. He needs to, well, I'm not going to tell him what he needs to do. If what he should do is probably actually just sit down and actually talk to her. And actually find out where the resentment comes from. It's probably the more direct thing to do. The thing is, Wings doesn't want to hear what she has to say. that's pretty clear. You can see how he acts with Kelly when she, on occasion, goes on one of her spiels. He doesn't really want to hear it, to be honest. Whatever he's done, good, bad, or otherwise, he clearly didn't think it was that serious, or he didn't think it was a bad thing, or whatever it was. And he's kind of already moved on, with it. I'm not saying cut your mother out, because you can't do that, to be honest. But truth be told, she's kind of already done the cutting for him, essentially. You've paid for that, let's go back to the mobile mansion. You paid for that damn thing 3 times and you don't own it? What's your mother waiting for? What's the problem? What is it about that situation that she wouldn't want to give the money up to you? Or sign the deed over to you? There's something wrong with that. Why is it in the stepfather's name and not yours? It makes you, I don't know. It makes you think. You know what I'm saying? And yet again, I can't articulate to you why a parent would do that to their own kids, because I don't know. I don't know how you could be built up animosity for someone that you brought into the world. I don't understand that. I really don't. So that's initially those my thoughts. No, but I'm not saying, no, I wouldn't cut my mother out of my life if I was in Wing's situation. But then again, fundamentally, I'm not only smarter than Wings, but I'm more sociable than Wings. So I can sit down and actually talk to my mother, and we probably would have worked this out a long ass time ago, to be honest. Because I don't see a point in letting shit linger. You know what I'm saying? Wings is all about his comfort, physically, emotionally, and otherwise. And anything that disrupts that is bad, so he doesn't want to address it. So yet again, I don't know I can't really get myself into his head on how to work that out. All I can tell you is from what I've interpreted of their relationship, if you want to call it that, he's probably proper fucked, and it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? But you can't just cut. Can he cut her out of his life? Sure, he can. Should he? No. At the same time, though, too, he's going to have to man up and kind of address that. He don't want to. You know what I'm saying? He don't want to. He clearly don't. You're going to sit there and jump on Kelly because she spent $40 or $60 for church, but we're not going to sit there and ask our mother, hey, why do you keep refinancing this house? And why isn't the deed in my name? What's the problem with that? Do I not own it? Have I not paid enough? What is it? These are things that he's never even brought up. He just kind of expects her to one day do it. But then, when his mother got sick a few years ago, and he got in the full panic mode, that's when he wanted to push the agenda. Hey, I need you to sign this over to me. I need you to sign this over to me. Why'd you wait so long? Why'd you have to wait for her to be sick to do that? Because let's say, God forbid, if she died right then and there, that goes to the stepfather. And then the stepfather has the option of allowing the brother or sister to get it. He's not even that high on the pecking order at that time to even to inherit that, even though he lives in it and he paid for it. So, that's my initial thoughts on that. That's fair. I can agree with that. And it may not be that simple. Keep in mind, man, I am completely and utterly going off of what I know. You know what I'm saying? So, or at least going off of what I've heard, I should say. Why does Wings do anything that Wings does? Why does DSP do anything? Why does any locale do anything? You know what I'm saying? We're getting into really, really deep waters with this, to be honest. Which is fine, don't be wrong. But we're getting into deep waters in this type of thought. Unless Wings wants to jump on Discord and actually have a conversation, you know what I'm saying? Which he's probably not going to have one with me. He'd probably have one with like ProleteR or Ann or somebody who's reasonable. Other than that, I'm not going to be able to find that out for you. Unless he say he's willing to get into a conversation and talk and whatnot. But I tell you, the first sign of fuckery, he going to get it. So as long as he come in with a level of respect, I'm gonna give back to him what I receive. he goes overboard for even a second, boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, you're not gonna want to hear the heat that I got coming for him. He's not gonna want to hear that. What's harder for DSP if Derek crosses the line with no return or when Cat leaves him? When Cat leaves him, because he can dispose of Derek at his leisure. He doesn't need to care about Derek. She's refinanced 3 times. She's refinanced that. Well, she's refinanced twice, I think, because Wings took over the payments of the mobile mansion the first time and paid it off. Then she refinanced it. On his ass and made him pay it again. Once he paid off again the second time, she did the same thing and made him repay it again. Like, I don't know how you would let that happen. That's fucking crazy. If his mother resents him so much that she won't listen to him, then he's got no choice but to let it go. You can't force someone to talk to you. You know what I'm saying? He's just gonna have to let it go. He's gonna have to live with it, which is essentially what he's doing now anyway. So like he doesn't have any options. But the problem here's, because like I said, you've provoked quite a bit of thought. This is something that he could have resolved years ago, and like I said, he kind of sat back and waited on it. It was a waste. I have no idea what Wings' mother did with the money. And I don't think anybody's ever going to know. That's funny, because I was actually wondering if Red was going to ask, what did his mother do with the money? And maybe he did, and maybe I missed it. But we have no clue what she did with the money. Who could say? Who could say? So I'm not really sure. So we'll see. Alright guys, appreciate you guys all coming out. Is there any last questions, anything like that? I will answer what I can, and then I will let you guys go. This was supposed to be like I really initially thought this was going to be an hour. I didn't think we were going to go to 420. But there's a lot to talk about. And like I said, Red, all of you have provoked a lot of thought, especially Red Knight, so this gives me something to think about. I might have to just start going over Wing content again. I can give you guys like a better idea of what I'm thinking. Yeah, like I said, it was a fun stream. Thank you guys very much for coming out. Like I said, I'm sure not everybody's going to agree with all of my points. That's cool. Yet again, you're always welcome and whatnot. Try to stay open-minded to some of your other detractors out there. There's a lot of great content. So please make of that as you will and whatnot. Like I said, video should be out on the main channel tomorrow. All the way from like March. So excuse how late that shit was, but you know. And I'll see you guys for whatever the next stream is, or for my next set of videos. Like I said, there's a lot of people to go after. Yes, actually, yeah, Donut, I do pay attention to the UFC. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Actually, they just had a merger. They just had like a merger with the WWE, I think. What the hell's that new company called? Fuck. I can't think of the name of the company. I know I saw it on like Jim. I know I read the article and I saw something on it. Jim Cornette was talking about it. But yeah, I keep up with the UFC. I keep up with Bellator too, to be honest. So indeed I do. It's under Endeavor? Really? Okay, I didn't know that was... Really? Is that the name of it? Alright, big ups. I'm gonna take your word on that. Damn, really? That's what they decided to name it? Fuck. I thought it was called, Huh. Okay. Yeah, I thought it was... My bad, man. I thought it was named something else. Fucking A. I can't remember what it was called, but, I can live with that. That'll work. That'll work. But yeah, I heard about that merger, though. We'll see what that's about. Ironically enough, there was an article written, must have been like 5 years ago or some shit, where Shane McMahon had said in an article that he had asked Vince to buy the UFC like in its like first couple years or a few years it was out. Like he was like Shane was really pushing for him to purchase the UFC because he thought it'd be a good investment in the long run, and Vince had said no. Can't remember what his reasoning was, but I mean, shit. You've seen what Vince kind of did to sports entertainment. I don't know if he would have done too much better with that. But I honestly think Shane McMahon had the vision for it, to be honest. I mean, you still need the right people around you, but you know what I mean. Let's see here. The XFL was better. I think The Rock owns that now. Let's see here. Is there anything else I'm missing? I'm not sure if I've seen. I don't think I've seen that fight yet. I think I'm gonna catch that over the weekend. Alright, people. Like I said, thank you guys for coming out. I appreciate it. Listen to me ramble for a good part of 4 hours. Take care of yourself. And I'll see you guys on the flip. Later, people.
Thank you.